Comatic Kite just subscribed for 8 months. Mega why?
Look at you getting first, Mega. Hello, Kitty. Thank you so much for the resub. Hello, Kirito. Hello, City. How do you make a water gun more powerful? You add alcohol, so it becomes a shotgun. That's terrible. Any funny stories from Pax?
Archon Deaths just subscribed for 44 months. We are ready.
You ready? Okay, cool. Pretty sure Joe's pissed at me, but he hasn't said anything since I joined here, or that, or he can't hear me. Hello, John. I did see the Bobbin skin. No, it's my fault because he wanted to start an hour ago, and I was waiting for 10 o'clock to roll around, and I kind of dozed off, so it's my fault for not making sure I had, like, an alarm set. How do you start a hype train? It's been 3 minutes! Dragonblade, thank you for gifting a sub to Blurp. Archin, thank you for resubbing, by the way. Hello, Joe Dog. Try an hour, Flangor.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
That would require me to have water in my cup. Hold on. I gotta pour some more. You're watching the Odyssey musical at the moment? Oh, nice! Valkyrie Heirloom is definitely Gooner bait. You still get it, though. Yeah, I'm not really loving the revealingness of that. Everything else is really nice about it, though. Hype train should have started within 30 seconds of you going live.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Oh, I didn't bring that for this trip, Dragonbleed. Joe, can you hear me, or are you just mad at me?
freaky space friend. Got a set of crisis events lined up for you. Make sure we get a gold star.
Did you read what I sent him about my story? I have no idea, Kirito. You should be asking him, not me. Hello, Bone Crusher.
Carl, that kills people! Drink!
Hello, Big Mac. I will hydrate. What did I do at PAX? I was very busy. If you give me just a minute, I'll get this going so that I'm not making them wait on me any longer. Since I'm already late. But yeah, just give me a second to put all of this together so that I don't waste any more time.
Smile, my dear. You know you're never fully dressed without one.
Hello, Malchior.
You don't have to keep up with the science jargon, you know. Okay, get your loadout ready, because once you're locked in, I cannot pull you out without the whole run going to hell.
Defense, house, probe, exterminate. Okay, when, you asked how my trip was. Good. You didn't see a damn water bottle in your hands at PAX. Did you not hydrate that whole time? This is correct. PAX was good. It was just very busy, and I chit-chatted with a lot of different developers. Every single one loved my business cards, so I have to thank Zap again for that. But yeah, I had a really good time. There was a lot, a lot going on. We ended up doing PAX all day Friday, and then going to Tenno VIP, and then again all day Saturday. We went to the dev stream in the middle, and then
I'll track the frame time.
DE was nice enough to treat myself and the other Warframe creators that were at PAX to dinner as well. Got a couple of Gunpla which arrived today. Did you, Dragonblade? What ones? Morning, Koval. Wow, you are that pissed off that you won't even speak to other people. You're just texting in chat, or are you on the phone? Yo, yeah, I'm excited about the spider frame too. I'm also really excited about whatever citrine augment is coming along. One called Immortal Justice and one called Barbados. Oh, I think I've seen a Barbados. Yeah, Koval, they announced a spider-themed Warframe yesterday at PAX's dev stream. I think I let my 2 drop. She looks so cool. The bodice with the legs is so cool looking. Yeah, I can't wait to see how she moves around a bit more, and I like the idea that she might be able to, like, crawl on the walls and stuff.
Oh, so many lives changed track because of this one event. Timeline spaghetti.
You're doing Elden Ring's gonna lurk. It was nice to see you. Sorry again for poofing. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. Tawageki says doesn't care for Gundam, but no, they're grades. Oh no, he doesn't care for those 2 particular ones, Tawageki. Hello, Big Blue. You need to find some cherry red paint for that. Monster grades aren't too high in price. When they said new tech, my brain broke. Also, thanks Pablo for plant pickups. I don't mind scanning those ones, to be honest, but it's also not a bad thing for them to be pickups now. Can't get the image of the spider launching onto my face out of my head, so you can imagine that too. Good luck, Anna. The luxury Gundam is so silly. Basically, hit cost twice the amount of USD. Jeez. You want to get a God Gundam? Should you go for the older high grade kit or splurge on the real grade kit? What is real grade the same as perfect grade? Good night, Anna. Does anyone play Path of Exile? I'm pretty sure Zarin says he's, I'm pretty sure Zarin's talked about the fact that he's played before, but, I don't play. Real grade comes with more detail and more accessories. So real grade is different than perfect grade? Went to PAX without me, what a shame. Are you still coming this week, Halo? Is that still the plan? See, I poured myself water and then didn't drink it.
Hellscrub towers are little treasuries of valuable data. Fire them up and I'll jack into the data stream.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Yeah, you probably should, Halo, especially because the stuff that's coming out in June is after 99. Amazing, Zap. It was a lot of fun. Everyone loved my business cards. Loved. Pretty much almost every single person that I handed a business card to. They were like, wow, these are really nice. Oh, you finished the Inaros quest? I understand why you haven't finished the Inaros quest now. I haven't even started your rally. So you, Sweetie, you're here for the Grendel Boonie. But it was really good. I was literally one person shy. I didn't bring enough with me. I thought I had plenty. Because I had already given out a bunch on Friday, and I stacked up my little container full because I was bringing a smaller purse, so I didn't bring everything that I had left with me like I did on Friday. And I was literally one person shy on my business cards. I ran into someone cosplaying as Kome. I ran into someone cosplaying as Kome towards the end of the night after PAX, actually. And I didn't have enough for
waited like
her.
an hour to play.
What?
I'm not fucking talking to you.
I know you're not talking to me in general. It seems like you're really pissed at me.
Told you. You asked me when I was gonna be on. Told you when I was gonna be on. Yeah,
yep. On. And I was waiting around for you, and I fell asleep while I was waiting. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pass out.
Like 12 fucking hours.
Yeah. And it wasn't very good sleep because I have a problem.
Yeah. Told you, go there.
I think I do these things on purpose.
You don't call the doctor to try and fix this shit.
Because I've been to plenty of doctors and they haven't done fuck all.
It's called finding the right one.
Yeah, City, I can post what they look like in the Discord later. I still have a few of them left. I just didn't bring them, didn't bring all of them with me yesterday.
Where'd you learn all this mumbo-jumbo anyway?
But I talked to Intrati about particle physics and the void, and I love to talk about that stuff. He would just, like, listen to me blather on. But I could tell by the look in his eye when I had things right and wrong.
What are you up to, Bob Jeff? Hop on Warframe for a bit. Nice. What are you trying to get done?
No, Koval, it was around 9:30. I was ready to go. Joe said he wanted to start at 10. I went, okay, well, I'm gonna go charge my phone in the living room because the charger in here I have on my iPad for right now, and the other one I tried to charge in here didn't work, so I had to throw it out. And instead of just leaving my phone in the other room, I went to the living room as well, and I ended up passing out. I didn't think I was going to, but I did. And when I woke up, it was an hour later, and I was late.
What'd you get, Goldhair? Or did he leave? Did he join or left?
He's not in the Discord.
Oh, he left. We're doing the temporal, deep temporal Archimedes, whatever the fuck it's called. And then we'll be doing steel path shit and other crap.
Thanks, Kira. Also, a small tip I give to cons with business cards: get a second person who happens to bring a backpack to transport a bunch of cards as well. It's just because I went with a slightly smaller bag. I didn't want to try to, like, shove another little container in there, so I had a bunch with me, but it just wasn't quite enough. We need that. We need that. A. I'm gonna lose. Joe was asking you a question, Goldhair. Give me a Discord message with what you want on the new cards, and I'll send them out as soon as they're done. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I thought you rejoined the Discord, but you had left the Discord. Let's see what you got for gifts.
Tekrot patterns are showing some freaky interactivity, like iron filings on a magnetic field, but alive. Meet up with Minerva and let's finish these up.
That way you can always refer to the person behind you as a personal employee, slave, mule, break the ice for some small laughter. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that kind of joke, but again, normally I'm fine. I brought a bigger purse on Friday. It's just I wanted to use my my Magikarp bag on Saturday, so I didn't have as much space as the same bag I was using on Friday.
Why did you pick those two? Wolf Dragon. Blade.
I swear the void floof is trying to die. He keeps laying in front of my door and I can't see him. You mean your cat? Catch you later, Flangor.
Got some books and some Funko Pops. And some colored pencils. Nice. What Funkos? There were these funny ducks that were at the fucking PAX. They were all kinds of, they were like Funko Pops. They called them ducks in cosplay.
Yeah, the company is called Tubbs. Tubbz.
This is the final stage in my research. It's super duper critical that you don't stop kicking Tekrot butt. Understood?
Kitty, you saw us in the flesh. What'd you think? We live up to the hype.
It's fine, Goldhair. I just didn't realize I didn't have it on charge after last stream. colored atlas into One Punch Man.
Jack Sparrow, Star Wars, Praetorian Guard, and Obi-Wan Kenobi in his Delta 7 Starfighter. What's a Delta 7?
Look, I trust the kid, Vel. I do. But this is some heavy voodoo. What if... I don't know. What if we can't make things right?
Then we go down trying. But we do it together.
Jedi Starfighters?
Kitty, I don't know if you heard Joe, but he asked, now that you've met us, was it worth the hype? Or did we live up to the hype? No, I'm trying to get there, Archon. I don't think I can. Sorry, I'm still doing Elden Ring. I'm a bit distracted, but yes.
I find that hard to believe.
I believe he's playing Elden Ring.
Uh-huh.
I am sorry.
You did it. You fully did. Holy frig. I have so much data to sift through now. My gods, I love you guys.
Our pleasure, kid.
City is asking if Dragonblade is still here. Dragonblade, you're being summoned.
Yeah, I was asking him Dragonblade a question too.
Did you expect a different response other than yes?
Yes. I was expecting something different. Yeah.
Sorry. Toxin got me right at the exit.
Now you have to get out of the exit.
Dragonblade says he's here just looking at paint.
Why'd you pick those two models? Infinite Justice is alright. I think that's the one I almost bought for Dom. Oh, that was it. Tau Green. In another universe.
Ta-da.
It's okay to like these.
Thanks,
Like,
Prime.
can you
Thanks,
not
Archon.
go over there?
Need one more.
Enjoy. You give me hope, you know.
Remember when your friends overslept, when you had plans to hang out in real life and sat outside his home for an hour, and you know what you did? You asked if he's feeling good and offered to go grab some food and talk about it. Never mind, you can make drama out of someone not feeling well. Yeah, but it's... on. I don't know if you people can hear me because Sana fucking bumped my shit. This is why I don't like when she goes back there. You can hear me? Okay,
You
good.
didn't know you could change the color of your background? Yep. You can change a bunch of the shit in there.
She goes behind my stuff into the window, and then she bumped the Go XLR stuff. The problem is, Koval, is it's chronic. So it becomes more and more annoying because it continues to happen. It's not something that is going away. So...
And she was awake.
I was! And I was like,
For a
alright,
long
cool,
time.
I have 5 more minutes.
I was talking to her.
I know, and I said, I was like, oh good, I have 5 more minutes, and I friggin' passed out. And I'm sorry. I don't mean for this to keep happening. I don't mean to feel like I'm gonna hit the floor because I get so dizzy. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure my phone is still on mute because you don't want it to vibrate, and I forgot to turn it back on this morning. So I just turned it back on now, so I didn't even hear it go off.
Call doctor.
I'm sorry. They don't help.
Find a different one.
I've been to a fucking dozen doctors.
Yeah, well, you can go to a dozen more. Like, what happens if something crazy shit happens with your sister again? You'd be passed out.
You don't think I worry about that all the time, which is why I have a hard time sleeping anyway? I literally wake up constantly because of trauma from not being able to be awake, possibly if something happens while I'm sleeping when I'm supposed to be sleeping.
Tell your doc.
Fine.
There's gotta be other shit they can test. Or do.
Try more stuff again tomorrow.
Hmm?
I will try making more calls and stuff again tomorrow.
You'll need to call one, the primary, and be like, yeah, what next? Right, well, also you need a new primary.
No, Drozen. There's a chemical imbalance going on. I am 99% sure that a lot of this is caused by my birth control, but if I get off of birth control again, I'm going to be miserable.
Tell them you want a different one.
I tried a different one already, and that one sucked.
Yeah, well, good thing there's 50 billion different ones.
Oh my gosh, I see it! Is it a corgi? Oh my gosh! Someone told me that there was gonna be a corgi. Hi, I'm Tom. Nice to meet you. How are you? His little baby paw.
Does anybody else want to play? Different types of birth control, Big Mac. If you want to, Koval. I don't see you online, so whenever you get online, just send me a messaging game. That's interesting looking, Willow. Poison SD, thank you so much for the follow. Koval, you're such a troll. I'm okay, Sana. Yeah, I'm okay.
Le Capoli fed the goldfish with $50, less than 3.
Lacapelli, why? That's a lot of money. You just randomly give me $50? What are you doing?
Air.7 says Epinet.
Yeah, what do you mean my eyes?
Also,
This wasn't
brother
bad.
got married.
Congrats to your brother, Erdon. Saw you randomly in the mall and came to say hi, so hi. Hi.
Who the fuck is that?
They must have been in the same instance in the mall that we're in right now.
Obviously, I thought it was the chick from the other day.
No. No, hers is, because she did end up following on here. Autumn Artificer.
Uh-huh. Luna.
Yeah, Kirito, it's not nice to compare what people can do and what they can't. The fact that anyone does anything is much appreciated. Oh, there you are. Hi! Oh. Don't you look crazy? That's cool. You look like an evil robot. Give all your mortal belongings to Kiwa. No. Forgot to toss a 28, Kira. I'm so mad now, says Kitty. I knew I forgot to do something at PAX. You're fine, Kitty. Have you tried Trazodone? It's what you use to sleep. They were worried about giving me sleep meds for a while because of the fact that they didn't know if it was sleep apnea or not. I still have to go to an ENT because they still think that something else might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I just need to lose weight and get off of birth control, but I'm afraid neither of those things are easy. So I'm trying to lose weight. I'm on a weight loss medication. I'm afraid to go up in the weight loss med. I need to see my psychiatrist again this week, but we'll see. I'm hoping that that medication, if I do stick with it, is covered by insurance. Otherwise, that's another $200 a month just for that medication, and I don't even know if it works. All I know is that it makes me repulsed by food sometimes, which isn't necessarily a great feeling. And it's not like it's doing anything else except for neurological. It's not helping my body process chemicals different or anything like that. So I don't know if that's even worth it.
Shit that Clover got.
Again, that is unlikely to even be covered until I'm done testing this out first. I had already asked for that, and he gave me this.
Yeah, and now you need to tell him what this is doing.
Uh-huh, and those all make you pretty much repulsed by food sometimes too.
She didn't look repulsed.
Again, I was already talking to her, and I've already talked to my therapist about it. A lot of the times it makes you, like, dislike food at times. It's not constant, and neither is mine. No one else seems to want to join. What do you want to do?
We'll have to go. We gotta do the gold thing for you, because I was already doing that before you came on.
I can do it by myself if you want to, since you've already seemed to be...
You cannot.
If you're already done with it.
You don't have many hours left.
Nick Attack 2468 says, Kira, did you get the reference of the Excel fashion?
No, Big Mac, I didn't. Was the cosplay coming along? Was it for PAX or TennoCon? TennoCon. I can spot for a 20. Stop it, Halo. How about you use that 20 to go buy yourself a cool duck that I sent you the picture of? Sometimes you'll be unbearably hungry, and other times you look at food and makes you want to vomit. I mean, I have those times naturally anyway, but this just makes it more
Nick Attack 2468 says it's from an animated show called Max Steel.
Oh, I've never seen that.
I'm just getting worried that you're constantly asleep.
I am too. I'm worried that there's something actually wrong with me.
Because it's abnormal.
I know. And it seems to be getting worse.
And that's why I want you to fucking call a doctor.
That's up to you, Kirito.
I guess that's kind of like a predator. You're fucking...
It's not that I want to sleep, Koval. I literally feel dizzy. And laying down is the only thing that makes it stop.
The shadows. Well, can we do navigation down here?
I don't know. Probably have to go back to the back room.
Yeah, head to the back room.
Okay.
What the fuck, game?
It's a possibility, Melchior, because it does seem to happen often, especially after I eat.
So dumb.
Sometimes it'll just happen randomly during the day. But my doctor did say that I had a little bit of a high white blood cell count, which he was worried that that meant there was a clot somewhere, or that I could have clots. And I don't want something like that, and that's terrifying to me, so I'm really hoping that that's not the thing. No, go for it, Melchior. It's no big deal to ask questions. I need to pick a different primary care doctor, because even the first day that I met him, he was basically just trying to shuffle me out the door. He literally didn't even ask follow-up questions, and I still had more to tell him, and he was just trying to leave. And he clearly doesn't even understand some of the psychological stuff, because he wanted me to stay on my dose of bupropion while also taking the new medication that has bupropion in it, without being concerned about being on a significantly literally almost double dosage, where my psychiatrist was like, yeah, no, if you're going to this new medicine, you're going to be stopping the regular one. So I need a different doctor. And I know I need a woman doctor. Ideally, yes. This guy literally just doesn't seem to give a shit. I don't know. Whatever you want.
Doing the thing, are we?
That's fine.
The alert.
It's random, Melchior. It fluctuates pretty dramatically each day. And I'm not consistent. I've had IBS since I was a kid.
Probably take probiotics.
I know.
Keep your gut normal.
Red Liger Zero, thank you so much for the follow. Been suffering from the same problems.
This is Zoid.
It also affects medicine uptake.
Hello.
You need to
is
be
it red?
You need to be checked for delayed gastric emptying. And you could be getting different dose. Even if you take the same amount.
How the fuck are you this smart? I mean, I know all kinds of random shit. Is this what it's like when you talk to me?
Yes. I agree with you on the doctor change. Took you years to find a doctor that actually listened to your needs and helped. I was literally willing to continue to drive almost an hour, what it felt like almost an hour out of my way to go back to this other doctor that I had where I was living before. But the problem is she doesn't work for the practice anymore. So I had to get a new doctor regardless, even though I was willing to drive. Sorry, I accidentally killed myself opening a box. I forgot that this had self-damage. So I was willing to drive well out of my way back to where I used to live just to go to this one particular doctor. But like I said, she doesn't work for the practice anymore. So there's literally nothing I could do. So I had to get one way or another. And it's just, it's a pain in my ass. Would be the shard this week. I don't know. I haven't been doing Argent hunts in a long time. I've known you for a while, thank you. Oh, really? Red Liger, you've known me for a while? Playing fun with the Power Ranger Luda shooter? Oh yeah, so fun.
Known them for a while, but they just followed?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know there was someone that was named Liger Zero or something or other in the chat before. Long time ago.
I feel you on that struggle, Karen. Sending lots of love and support. I appreciate it, Kramer. Yeah, I missed you, and I killed another boss in Cousin, says Arthur. You're really lucky that your support system has been so good to you. Char spent all of PAX just helping me learn to use a cane. It was good to see you, by the way, Siren.
Huh? You didn't know how to use a cane?
Known of you, I'm in the extended Warframe network. Ah. Closed out after I followed. I knew I recognized your name, says Poisonous D. Hi, I made it to stream. Hi, Autumn! It was so nice to meet you yesterday.
Yeah, the Kome.
Yes, and Poison must be the Kome boyfriend. Attack and log blueprint. Awesome.
You think so?
Just because of the way they showed up and what they said, yeah. Yep, ha! Called it. Poison is Kome boyfriend. Yeah! How else am I supposed to refer to you guys? Delayed gastric emptying is a problem where your stomach does not release its content into the colon. Oh, I don't want to be in the middle of that. Hold on, I will read it when I'm not standing in a cloud of toxin.
You guys still the same fucking dumb frames for this?
Yes. I'm fine if I don't blow myself up.
Well, but it's a fucking self-damaging weapon.
I only tried to open a crate that was literally right in front of me.
Goblin.
It was 100% my own fault for just not paying attention to what I was doing, not because of whatever frame. I literally could have been using any frame and I probably still would have died.
No, I can do it as a Nidus and won't blow up.
Fine, I will bring Nidus next time. When I remember to do that.
Hopefully the drive back down to Connecticut was good.
Delayed gastric emptying is a problem where your stomach does not release its content into the colon/intestine on the regular. This can cause stool interval to be irregular, gut bacteria to fluctuate, and worse. If you're on medication that is uptake in gut, then the medication capsule can sit in your stomach for longer than intended, causing the release to uptake to be longer than designed, meaning a larger initial dose than the meds are designed to cause. I mean, that would kind of make sense since I always seem to have a delayed reaction to certain medications. I feel like certain meds last longer than they're supposed to. Like, even my Ritalin stays in my system longer. All meds are designed with certain slough off percentage, i.e. amount not used. If it sits in the gut too long, it becomes too effective. I heard drive back to Connecticut. We made it back in one piece, says Autumn. Oh, good.
Yeah, I was saying hopefully it was a good drive.
You follow for a while, you get busy. It's followage,
how the hell do you know
not follow
of this
time.
Melchior?
Because he's too smart for his own good. Probably has an extremely high IQ.
Check your shit.
What shit?
Fucking components. See if you have them all. So how the hell do you know what this is, know what that is, Melchior? The fuck was that?
Kirito had to leave and it must have booted you out, so I'll fix it.
Booted me out? The fuck? You were the thing, were you?
Yes, but for whatever reason, it must have transferred to him. Says you're spelling it wrong, Koval. Yeah, Autumn, it's, I've been having all kinds of issues and sleeping at improper times and literally getting to the point where, like, I will feel so dizzy that I feel like I'm going to hit the floor, and laying down is the only thing that makes it so that I don't hit the floor. Haven't fainted yet, but sometimes it feels like it.
She's had to hold on to me a few times.
Yeah. He said to check the components. Sorry, Foundry. What was this weapon called again?
The melee weapon.
What is the name of the melee weapon?
A weird one. Just scroll and you'll see it.
Tag something. Tack.
Tug, tag, something.
Okay, tack. I'm just missing a blade.
Okay. Are they
Tug,
tradable?
lug and tug? Yeah. No, I don't think so. Kara says, Joe complaining about Kara holding on to him. Blasphemy.
Because it's not fucking normal.
No, it's not. There is something wrong with me, and no one's been able to figure it out.
I don't understand. See what you guys are not understanding here.
Wife was on a sulfur-based medication, and with her delayed gastric emptying, if she got her med stuck in her gut, she'd have a massive sulfur dose.
So your wife had it.
Breath, and sweat smelt like rotten eggs and caused nausea and impacted sense of taste. That's crazy.
I had a feeling your wife had it, seeing how you knew so much.
The weapon honestly sounds like something crass. If you say so.
Jerking your chain. Jerking the monkey. Choking the chicken.
Okay, we get it.
Playing with yourself. Jerking it. Yanking it. Wanking it. Did you get it?
Yes.
Playing with the lower horn.
Piston pounder. Okay, okay, don't continue with this. I'm with Joe on this one, says Drozen. How was PAX, says Bunny Bun? It was great. Thank you for asking. Hello, by the way, Marshmallow. The mac and cheese. Halo says he's over here cackling. Buddy Bun, thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, PAX was quite a bit of fun. I got to meet a whole bunch of people, and I was able to give my business card out to a bunch of different developers and stuff. I was one business card short. And I was gonna give one to Autumn, but I literally was out at the very end of the night. But thankfully she was nice enough to just take down my information instead. But I was literally one short, and I left it at Joe's house. No, Koval, he was referring to being able to continue calling things by dirty names. We got all the parts in 3 missions total. Oh, well, aren't you lucky? Bunny Bun.
Oh, yeah. You get the blueprint as a reward, and then you get the one part during the mission. I got it pretty quick, too. I can't remember. I don't think it was 3, though.
Poison's over here. I felt lucky at 4, dang.
The fuck fire, you stupid game.
God, I can't wait to be done with these. Vahek's voice is just like nails on a chalkboard to me.
Don't even hear it.
Oh god, Kara now knows I talk very differently than I type. You're fine.
Talk the same.
Anyway, time for me to work. Thanks for keeping me entertained, and never forget you're awesome. Catch you later, Koval. Enjoy work. Cayenne! 2 months! I see you in 2 months.
Hello, dear friend. How are you?
Hello, Cayenne. I'm good. How are you? Yeah, any type of bullying is unacceptable. And you agree that Heck's voice actor destroying his vocal cords to kill our ears? Yeah. It's so annoying. He's literally my least favorite voice. He does exactly what he's supposed to do. He makes you hate him, but it is just the least favorite sounding voice. He's very good at what he's doing, though.
Well, if you turn off the sounds, you don't fucking hear it anymore.
Delayed gastric emptying would not be a direct cause for narcoleptic behavior, dizziness, but if... Well, the problem is like, I know I'm closing my eyes. It's not like I'm passing out, but like, I don't... It's not like I'm fainting. So I don't think it's anything that's even similar to narcolepsy, but it's just really frustrating that I feel super dizzy, and that it's almost like my vision's not getting blurry, but it make my eyes feel like they want to cross. It's very odd. and this is all new. It only started a few months maybe after starting birth control. This would have been... Because I remember the first time it happened because it was super weird. And I was at Chris's house, and I stood up from the bed, and I had to, like, put my hand back on the bed and sit back down because I got so incredibly dizzy and lightheaded.
Oh, he texted.
Oh, did he?
He said he's local, and Tuesday looks like an easy day.
Okay, cool. Then I'll
That was all I
head
got.
back that way Tuesday, then. Don't you know his VA in real life, or is a different character? Not this one. Actually, I might have met this one, but I'm not sure. But it's not Lucas. Lucas doesn't do, the heck. He does Tile Rigor. I've tried once before, Catyin, but I'm not sure, what else if it is this particular one or if it's something else going on. They're still trying to figure out medication doses on other things for me as well.
But she, she has to call and report to the doc the symptoms and shit, but she's not doing it. Hence the annoyance.
It does feel like pre-syncope, which is like the almost fainting but not fainting. Because when I look that up, that's exactly what it feels like. I'm worried if it's low blood pressure, because then that means I'm going to have to go on blood thinners, and blood thinners are usually a lifelong thing, and I'm just worried that I don't want to have to do that.
Low blood pressure doesn't mean you get blood thinner.
What causes low blood pressure then? Like,
it's not that.
blood thinner is not for low blood pressure. It's
No.
the opposite. You think I have
That'd be-
low salt?
That would fucking take you out. Blood thinners would take you out.
Causing
On low
crash
blood
symptoms, you suggest a portable BP cuff and blood ox monitor. Anytime you get dizzy, record the BP and blood ox level. If it correlates, then you have something to investigate. Blood pressure and oxygen levels drop can cause a lot of loss of consciousness. I mean, that would make sense.
I think my mother has a blood cuff thing. Or she did. She should have it.
Well, she did, because I tested it to make sure that I was good for the Ritalin. I don't know if it does blood ox, though.
I don't think so. You need the little finger thing.
Yeah. I'm happy to pick one of those up. If it can make all of this go away.
Well, that's why you fucking talk to the doctor.
I had told him all of this, and he never even suggested low blood pressure.
You have to be your own advocate sometimes, and it fucking blows. Learn to stand up for yourself. Be a social worker.
Blood ox level is a harder thing, because it's lung-related shit. Low blood sugar would do the same thing. Well, I'm wondering if I'm eating food, which is causing a...
Right?
I don't think they did. They checked my A1C, which is supposed to be my sugars over time, and the one when I was back with Chris didn't see any issues with it, and I don't know if there was any issues with my blood work this past time, because they did check it again.
Yeah, finally. Because they checked me for shits and giggles. Just to be normal, I guess. They normally check it. At a
A1C will not show
yearly
low
checkup.
sugar. Some Alright, well, let me take a business card and write down all the things that I need to check. Figure out why this keeps happening. And it's just been getting worse over the last 2 years. 3 years. Because it's still all really new. And so is the snoring. That is also very new. I didn't used to do that.
And all the other noises.
Yeah, the snoring and the moaning came up around the same time. It all started right around then. Okay, so blood pressure is treatable, blood ox is harder because it's lung shit. Had a problem with low sugar as a kid, said Zap. I mean, I doubt it because that's usually the type of food that I crave. Unless my body's not processing it correctly and maybe I have some sort of insulin resistance.
Why are you staring at the bed, Luna? Jump up there.
Alright, so... low blood sugar. Low... blood pressure. Delayed... gastric. Emptying. And then I still need to call an E. NT. Primary. And you craving salty foods means you're low on it anyway. Bringing WebMD directly to your Twitch chat. Yeah.
I didn't like Valkyr, so it makes me a little bit more interested. Seems like it might be fun to play her now. We'll see.
I never wanted to play Valkyr, but if she popped up when people would, like, have me play Warframes, I was never mad to play her, if that makes sense.
Her fucking skin is repulsive and doesn't belong in Warframe.
It is very revealing.
This is not First Descendant. Keep that fucking shit out.
Throw a big old chest plate on it and it'll mostly be fine.
No, it won't. She's got a big ass thong going up her ass, Kayla.
Yeah, Dro's in the heirloom one.
Absolutely disgusting. It doesn't belong in Warframe.
Yeah, it's a bit like lingerie. Yeah.
There's literally one I just saw that I sent to Kayla that looks just like it.
Joe is anti-fan service confirmed. Yes, in Warframe, there should not be fan service stuff like that. Valkyrie is one of your least favorite frames for reasons, but the rework is interesting enough for you to try it too, says Catyan. Yes. Exactly.
I don't give a shit about fan service in any game.
Don't care for the heirloom skin, says Catyan. Just don't use that skin, says Siren.
No, it shouldn't be in the game at all. You're just allowing them to make more and put more in the game. Shouldn't be in the game. Period.
Yes, no fan service in Warframe, because they are children. Yeah. After talking outside of Pax's Autumn and hopping into this conversation, I'm worried about you now. Oh, don't. It's okay.
The Warframes are not children.
I'll be perfectly fine, Autumn. It's just an issue that's been happening over time. This ain't Gooner frame, it's Warframe. Exactly, Drozen.
This isn't First Descendant.
You really don't like the heirloom skin. Change it to little shorts or something, says Poison. Yeah. Red Liger says, as a diabetic, hypoglycemia is a thing and it can develop in gamers a lot. We suck at eating regularly, sleeping regularly, and drinking water regularly. Just being regular in general. Yeah. What are y'all doing? I have some free time before I go out to Michigan, says Halo. Blasphemer.
You know, adults
Heretic.
turned into the machines.
Isn't Warframe 17 plus? Technically, yes.
Teens.
Big Mac says, I was so upset when they said they were getting rid of invulnerability on Valkyrie's 4. Yeah, but she still seems pretty freaking tanky. No, I know, Joe. Operators are like weapon. 13 to 15. Isn't
Caleb.
DE a bunch of... I already did.
Oh, then you ask people to either join or whatever.
Siren says you just need to find the right doctor. They exist. Best recommendation I can make for talking to your doctor would be to document everything, even if you think it doesn't matter. Maybe a little binder of every test run and the result. Yeah, I've seen people who have had to do that online. There's one woman I follow who literally got diagnosed with a bunch of stuff after she... Oh, did you do the Gift of the Lotuses?
No, I don't really care.
Okay.
Spending all that creds for the fucking Nightwave. We'll have plenty.
Yeah. So, I've seen a woman online that has to do that because, like, there are a lot of doctors that just, like, don't believe what you're doing and what you're saying is accurate. Sucks, but sometimes it's necessary. Yeah. You don't mind them getting rid of the invulnerability. She should still be tanky, and the rework makes her more fun and active. I mean, especially if you're using her 2 and 3, it makes it seem like she's gonna be just as invincible, to be honest. Hello, iPhone. You stop tracking mid-facial expression.
They changed the fucking thing again. How do I activate this?
Activate what?
Fucking Prime sub on the phone.
Oh. I don't know.
It won't fucking work.
Should be able to pull you up on the iPad and do it from there for you.
Subscribe. Use the thing. How do we fucking do it? The fuck?
Kitty is in the way. Yeah, that's weird. I can't even find it on here.
I mean, I can see it. I hit the subscribe. I had to fucking refresh the whole entire Twitch.
That's so weird.
App.
Anyway, Kira, now that Medical Corner is over, when would you like to play music? That's a good question. Thanks, Joe.
Zeshin_Godem is just subscribed for 56 months. Fuck Twitch.
Devon said, it's like doctors, you tell them you're allergic to NSAIDs and they're going to give you a painkiller that's NSAID. Okay, we'll give you something else, another NSAID, and they seem surprised that you had a reaction and reacted the way you did when you found out the crap they pulled. Yeah. So many people on the subreddit are mad. Something, I miss what Poison said.
Incursions.
Are mad about the invulnerability because of level cap, but the game isn't balanced around level cap. Yeah.
So many people on Reddit.
You want in, Zap? You're welcome to be.
I figured a shit ton of people would be.
Count as aging, as long as the character themselves
she was
aren't
fucking
children,
boring.
fun.
Now she seems kind of interesting. Her one can be like fucking Spider-Man.
Discord
and
call
pull
always
everyone
puts you in
in.
a panic every time. Thought it was yours. No. Every time I open up my iPad, if Joe has recently called me on Discord, it will randomly ring on there, even though we're already in a call somewhere else and he's not actually calling me right now.
We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly.
What mission type are you running? Incursions.
Bring them in.
You have to redo the build for Valkyrie. You already put freaking 13 to 15 Forma into the build. Why do you have that many? Keep changing your mind? Well, that's what the new Omni-Forma are for.
Where did her normal shit come from? I don't know if I want to waste a prime.
I don't remember which boss fight it was. It is.
I did not realize it was a capture.
The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
I know it's a boss fight, but I can't remember who was Valkyrie.
I'll have to go look to see if I have a normal one.
Oh, okay, Alid V. I was thinking Alid V, but then I always think Alid V is Mag, and I get mixed up.
I might have some of her parts.
Because the melee and reboot for the build you have as well, and her claws. Oh, well, that's fair. Oh, that sounded unpleasant.
Oh, that was a little.
Anybody else, Togeki, anywhere else except for a Warframe community. She drops from salad. Like, what? Could low blood pressure be causing me to sleep poorly? And causing the moaning and talking and snoring at night?
Not that, but you would be dropping pressure and then your body would jolt you awake. But not the moaning and shit.
Halo says, please let me in.
I don't have any Valkyrie, apparently.
I disagree. The Warframe are biomex. No agency. Oh, man. Gee.
What the fuck was that? What did I just see? Oh, it was Zap joining.
I was like, whose icon is that? From your biomex, no agency will playing as the operator. Operators drive the Warframe from inside, putting a 14-year-old mind in a biomech that's made to look like something that should be earning a living on a pole instead of fighting evil does not sit right with me, says Malchior. You are right, it's a game for adults. And if you don't like it, or Joe doesn't like it, we can just not engage with that cosmetic. My issue with 1999 is this change are indicated of Warframe and DE thinking they need to contend with TFD. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's disgusting. This is not First Descendant. I don't need proto frames and I don't need slut frames. Not the same game.
Please let me in or else someone is getting $40 in cash on the 15th. You told a coworker that you pulled Kome out of the oven, says Hypergreen. Let her cool off and promptly put her in the pantry. Yogfan says to each their own, I guess. Well, I think they started seeing... We were talking about this last night with Poison and Autumn, but I think they've been seeing success in how people are reacting ever since the... that Ember skin with the booty.
Yeah, they got that fucking idiot Reb in charge. It's great.
The First Descendant is just a worse game. They should just stick to their guns and keep making a better game. Exactly. Hello, Yum. Let Halo in or someone's getting $60 in cash on the 23rd. Stop. I let Halo in. I let him in. Hup. Yeah, I can see that you're back. Who did that? Ruler of Discord. God damn it! Discord, stop buying me shit! I just put that stuff up there.
Turned me away from trying the first Ascendant. I got an Ultimate Bunny, and I couldn't change her to not looking like a whore when I know I'm not trying the game.
It's too late. You're getting $60 in cash on the 15th. Why? How was PAX? So much fun. I ended up... I bought Joe a piece of art, because it was an awesome looking Berserk piece. Yeah. And then I ended up buying myself a massage machine that you can, like, stick these... It's kind of like a TENS machine. You stick the little nodes, and it has, like, multiple different settings and a lot of different intensities, because I get really extremely tight muscles to the point where I will, I will lose range of motion in my shoulders sometimes. Finish that sentence, for fuck's sake. Don't do that. What? What did I do? Too late, you're getting 60 in cash on the 23rd. Conventionally, sexy means Saskatchewan. But now so many of the frames are traditionally sexy, and that's boring to you.
Yeah, the new Vauban skin. You don't like a jacket? Well, you can take it off and be shirtless underneath.
I mean, they kind of did the same thing with Hydroid. The Hydroid Deluxe is very...
It was a pirate. It made sense.
It did make sense for him to be a buff dude with a jacket on, but... Seriously though, Discord, thank you so much. You bought the hairbrush and the art binder. Oh, I didn't... Did I really talk like that, Melchior? I did the same thing earlier today where I didn't realize what I had said, and I was trying to say to take a quick trip. No, was it...
Yeah.
Was it quick trip? It was something with...
Take a trip.
Take a trip. And I said, trach-a-tip. And I didn't realize that I said it until Joe corrected me, and then I was like, wait, is that what I just said? So I said trach-a-tip instead of take a trip. So things have just been funky. And I won't realize, like, that's the ADHD though, that I won't realize I stopped mid-sentence and then skipped to a different thought. So it didn't come out all the way. The cool helmets always come with the sexy skins. The jacket is sick though. True. I like the shape of the Vauban. I think it's cool. It's still reminiscent of... Yeah, but it's still reminiscent of Vauban in general.
Not particularly. He's based on a train.
Kitty says, I'm still mad I didn't get to attend Saturday. I would have loved to meet you too for Poison and Autumn. Only got to go Friday. Really missed a lot of the expo hall. You didn't see anyone selling TENS massagers or art. You didn't see any of the art? Oh, you missed a lot. There were 2 really big art stands. The TENS one I kind of understand because they were like tucked in anywhere.
Ceiling.
Yeah, but they were like big things of art.
Yeah, the TENS was like off in the corner with a bunch of other shit hidden.
Yeah. There was another one. I would never spend this much money on something like that, but then there was another one where you could have basically like jeweler's glasses where you can get like a magnification and different types of magnification by putting them on. And those were really cool, but I couldn't rationalize spending $400 on something like that. Just for a convenience item.
There's a lot of weird products there this time.
Yeah. I mean, last year they had the shredded potato things, so
yeah.
At least these kind of make more sense because of the painting miniatures and whatnot. Because the shredded potatoes had nothing to do with gaming. At least this has stuff to do with it.
Snacks.
Snoop. Yeah, well.
Quick shit to eat.
Still. What was the other thing that was kind of weird that was there that I would... Oh, there's another thing that I actually really want, but, again, cannot rationalize spending a shit ton of money on.
It wasn't weird, though.
No, it's not. But I wasn't expecting that there either. It's basically, like...
Super Stream Deck.
Yeah, it's basically like a Stream Deck on crack. And it would allow me to feed multiple camera instances into this machine and then control...
I didn't see any military booths.
There were a lot of colleges. I don't remember seeing military. But it would allow me to feed multiple camera instances into this machine and then be able to change scenes and all kinds of stuff from the touch of a button. It was really intense, but it's like $1,500. So, yeah. It's probably gonna go up on Throne once I, get the exact information for it. Saw a booth for a college on Friday. Yeah.
3 or 4.
Yeah, no, there were quite a few because there were also colleges where students were showing off their games that they made during college that you could, you know, play as well. Didn't even get to go to Tenno VIP. I saw Angie. I bought one of the acrylic posters from Gallery Panda. Oh, nice.
We went to the other one. V1 Tech.
Yeah. Valkyr Heirloom didn't look like Valkyr. It looks too much like Ember Heirloom. It's generic sexy lady. Yeah, Kayan. The helmet looked like Valkyr. And I really like the helmet a lot.
Our position has been compromised.
Well, the moment I saw glowy ass cheeks, I went, it looks like Ember.
Mm-hmm. Well, a booth at PAX is a way to reach out to high schoolers.
Another whore for the pole.
There's always the Army and Navy booths at every con. Yeah. Helmet is good. I thought the helmet was gorgeous. Autumn says Saturday was fun, way less chaotic than last year. Did you only go for the one day? I never even got to ask. We were chit-chatting about so many other things. Probably walked past you and Joe at least 8 times before we found each other again. Can't believe I managed to lock eyes with Joe and still keep walking.
I didn't lock eyes. You went to the wall, and that's when I noticed you.
That's the magic of being anonymous on the internet. Just like every group picture I took this weekend, I made sure that people know that they could just put a fish over my face to post the picture. Or there was actually a group picture that I took with some DE staff / other creators, and I took my Magic Cart purse and put it over myself and Joe's face so that they would have an option to be able to post. That's you at TennoCon. You kept doing that to people I know. This is Kayan. You didn't try sneaking up on Joe, says Halo. Well, not when you don't know what people look like. You don't want to do that to a random stranger, be like, sorry, I thought you were some other random internet person. No, but I was like totally in my head seeing you and Joe, and that's gotta be Kira, right? And then my brain went blank and I kept walking. And then I get punched on accident.
Yeah, like I said, I saw you told Kayla to look for the TARDIS backpack. You had just got to the wall, and just when you turned to go put your back to it, I saw the flash of your backpack for the split second. But all I saw is that it was somewhat blue. I wasn't sure. Didn't even notice the front of the hoodie. It had Kira on it.
To be fair, the hoodie with your logo on it probably would have helped, but you also don't be doing that to people you've just met. To be frank, it's not like Kira and Joe are wearing merch with their brandings. True. I was not.
Fucking sister was yelling at us. You should be wearing the merch. No.
Yeah, Britt's like, you should just let people see you. Go around, do that, promote yourself all the time. Just let people see who you are.
I mean, I don't care, but Kayla does.
Yeah, I'm not confident in myself, and I feel like it kind of ruins the avatar thing if everybody knows what I look like. That's how you get kidnapped by psychopathic stalker. That too! That too.
Right. I have knives.
But you're not always with me. Sorry, Q, I forgot to message you during last stream. It's okay, Shadowy.
Yes, but you don't go anywhere without me knowing where you're going.
True.
And when you get back.
True.
Sounds like I'm a control freak, but I'm not.
Yeah, it does kind of sound like it. You don't stop me from going anywhere. You just make sure that I'm okay. That's interesting. I don't have those prime legs. Who gives those? I do like that Cyandana, though. Are those the new ones? Is this all the new set?
What new set?
No, the Cyandana is Korra. Oh, those are Goss Prime's legs. It 1000% doesn't ruin the avatar at all. Well, I appreciate that on him.
I mean, what's her face does it? Does both. She does fine.
Yeah, I know. Clover does both. Oh shit! I can throw another formula.
No bone. I was working on the Gundam again today. We got a bunch of different shit painted, and they're drying. I have 2 whole feet done. I just need the shins and the thighs.
Don't be scared by this number, Autumn. You never have to format something this many times unless you're a ding dong like me and you accidentally decide to say something out loud and then people pay you to put more forma and pay for charity stuff.
Frame.
Banshee is not my favorite frame. We talked about this. Wisp and Citrine are my 2 favorites.
Banshee.
But
and that's why she
yeah,
has like 70 banshees.
256.
And that's why
I'm not done yet. I need 319
so.
in total. I freaking hate Banshee. I'm still chipping away at the charity stuff and the stuff from Malchior, so just takes freaking forever because I don't want to play just her. Hypergreed's playing an indie game called Turbo Overkill. I feel like I've heard that name. And the message that pops up when you exit is, fine, go, see if I care.
I know that
great.
Name.
Oh, Dragonblade, thank you so much for gifting Autumn a sub. That's really nice of you.
Can't remember
yeah,
anything about it.
I don't know if you guys got a chance to look at any of the cosplays or anything that were at PAX, but she had an amazing Kome cosplay, and she's only been playing Warframe for 2 months. She was building Kome in the foundry as she was creating the cosplay, which I think is awesome. Oh, and then you gave one to the boyfriend too. Thank you very much for gifting us up to Poison.
What's the rest of your name mean, Poison?
Was it 600 or something for the grand total? It's 319 for the grand total, but I did say that if someone gave me $1,000, I would do, no, $5,000, I would do 1,000 forma. So he gave me $1,000 and said get started. Zap, should I say it yay or nay, says Halo. I have no idea what you mean. Dragonflies, stop
You
spending
said do
money.
it, yay or nay, not say it.
Oh, should I do it? Sorry.
Do what? Who knows?
I don't know. Dragonblade! Thank you for gifting Red Liger a sub. Thank you for gifting Savant a sub. It's leftover from Minecraft days. It was Poison HD as high definition. Poison SD is standard definition because high definition was taken. So you downgraded yourself.
Why don't you do Poison 4K?
And Dragonblade gifted one to Gaia the Scorpion. Are you just making sure this is an all subbed chat? What are you doing? Hey, Sharu Tree. Think the new frame will have a fluffy spider skin? That'd be cute.
It turns out Golter doesn't really like spiders, which I didn't remember that. Did you?
I know Violet doesn't.
Yeah, I remember that.
I didn't realize Goldhair was... I didn't realize
He's
Goldhair
not
didn't really care for
arachnophobe,
him.
but he said he's like, yeah.
What about Poison Blu-ray? Dragging your monies. Yeah. Spending too much. Between you and Rebellion and Discord and Malchior and Dylan, like everybody just spends too much. Oh, that's toxin and I can't see my health. Dragon Bleed, thank you very much for gifting Charutri a sub. Stab it. Oh, you say so, Bizmaker, but you might be eating those words. If too many are taken in a new game, I eventually end up with Poison Blu-ray. Do you really?
Yeah.
Kiwa, that's the plan. See, easy. Dragon Blade, thank you for gifting Bizmaker a sub. Hey, Kiro, what's the here's natural predator? I don't know. I don't even know what I just read.
What's the what?
Here's natural predator. H-E-R-E''s. Hares. What's the hare's natural predator? Ah.
The fox.
Fish me.
Probably a hair buzzer.
No, Lackabelly. That was such one of the greatest names to ever follow the channel, and I appreciate you gifting them a sub. Lackapelli gifted a sub to Nicholas Cage. I love that name. Okay, good. You guys grabbed it. I was trying to get back to one of them. Hasn't happened yet. It's the fourth option. HUD is the third. I have it all planned out, says Poison. That's really funny. Dragon Blaze is old age. The account to gift. So it's your favorite. Yeah. Who did that? Why are we fighting him on the friggin' steel path? Who did this?
Did what?
There's a Wolf of Saturn 6 here.
That's what that is? I can't see the name. So I thought it was someone else.
I don't have stuff to defeat him.
Man, I
Steel
have all
path.
kinds of shit, but he's still a prick.
Oh, look, an alarm went off. No! Did this blind old bastard miss any, says Dragon Blade? Stop it. Wolf, Fox, Owl, Falcon, another Raptor. Malchior, thank you for gifting 5 subs and starting the second hype train of stream, which I don't even know how it's possible because it's only been an hour and 45 minutes. I don't know. Are we going to try to defeat him? I doubt he's even going to make a dent.
I'm testing it. But I am a Sephiroth.
Yeah, and our abilities don't work on him.
Is that a thing?
Yes.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Uh-huh. I mean, at least we're doing some damage, but... Good God, why'd you pull him out on Steel Path? It's a waste of a beacon. Poison VHS. Nicholas Cage, you're crying over that name. It's literally one of the best names to follow the channel. They followed, I don't know, maybe like a year ago. Dragon Blade! Thank you for the 1,500 bits. You're gonna get some lunch. Alright, Cayenne. Enjoy your foods. We're giving up?
I'm done.
Okay.
Do what the hell you want.
I don't want to fight it. I think it's pointless when you do it on Steel Path, unless you literally bring the right stuff to fight him with, so.
Right, Bob, Jeff.
You're just tickling the wolf? Yeah, pretty much.
I like how he's more potent than everything else that they throw at us.
Yeah. Well, it went well for the joke. You didn't have to beat him. Oh, that's what it was because of the hair. I get it. Halo. Fucking asshole. It was meme usage. We don't have to beat him. Given new fourth option, VHS is now fourth. Blu-ray has been moved. Thank you for the hype train. It has already completed levels 1 and 2 because you people are cuckoo for cuckoo buffs. So if you need levels 1 or 2 hype train emotes, now would be the time to participate with a sub, a gifted sub, a prime sub, or 100 bits.
That chick if she's playing.
True. We have a full squad right now anyway.
No shit, Caleb.
You have 49 more beacons. This is literally nothing to me. Please don't feel like you have to participate. I just figured if you need level 1 or 2 hype train emotes, they're already completed. Nope. No participate. More hypes is Big Mac fuel for the fire. Hadouken money at
Thank you
first.
for feeding the expert goldfish 100 fish flakes. More hype.
Imagine killing Saturn 6 using Wolf Sledge. Funny, says Eris.
M4LK10R gifted tier 1 subs to people in the aquarium.
Malchior, thank you for the 9 gifted subs. Big Bang attack her with money. No! You wish the Wolf Sledge throw was better. Same. Murmur assassination and a capture is all that's left, so we'll do the capture.
I mean, we can do the murmur thing if you guys want. I'll be a Dante. Give everyone overguard.
Up to you. This'll be your last mission, Halo. At least we get to see you soon. You have to let us know so we can start planning out what day you want to hang out or what's going on. Cause I know you're coming in Wednesday. Was that the plan? You're flying in Wednesday. I have an appointment at 8 a.m. but I can always move my therapy session, which is later in the day, to a different day if necessary. I just need to know ahead of time. Dragonbleed, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. But I don't think I have anything planned in my calendar for Thursday or Friday as of right now. Yeah, Thursday and Friday are completely free. Seriously though, Dragonblade, thank you. Stop spending money. You've done enough. Malchior? Malchior? I don't like the shifty eyes, sir, from you. You scare me. I gotta zoom. Well, you got work? Oh, Swift Waza got one of those. And Crimit. And Frozen gifted 5 subs. No, keep spending money, says Hypergreed. Are you trying to stay on weekly tops, says Milky-Boy? I trust their eyes, says Lagapelli. Don't trust those. I don't. And I got one. Yog fan, if you're listening, you got one. Aspiring Star. Told you I'm gonna zoom zap. Put a house on throne. I refuse. Holy. Thank you for the 22 gifted subs, Malchior. Oops. There is no oops. You did that on purpose. Big meanie. Drozen says I want it on the train. I appreciate it though, Drozen. I really do. Good morning, Drakneil. Pax was great. You should have heeded my warnings, says Halo.
You sneeze on me.
See, very trustworthy eyes. No. Shoot, I was busy in Infinity, Nikki. Thank you so much for the sub, says Yogvan. Nebulux, thank you for the raid. The entire chat Subnausis poison? Possibly. But we just got a raid, so I don't know anymore. He's probably planning a level 10 train. Not again! Not again. You guys already have a subathon for next month. I don't know. Do you want to do the assassination? Because we know you'd knock that goal out in 6 months.
Again, I'll just switch to Dante.
That's fine. We can do that. Malkior, thank you for giving Nebulux a sub. If you guys are new here and you don't know me, hi, I'm Kirarahime. I also go by Kira or Kayla. I play a lot of Warframe. I play a good amount of variety on the channel. And I have been designing a Citrine cosplay for TennoCon. So if you see on the left-hand side of the screen, that is the concept and Captura art for it. Oopsie Doodles. I love that name. Oopsie Doodles, thank you so much for the follow. And Spaced Equation, thank you for the follow as well. Bravo Jules, thank you for gifting a sub to Spaced Equation. That's very nice. Can't wait to see that. Oh my god. You got tickets this year. Yes. Sadly, Neb and I couldn't secure them. Yeah, I'm part of the creator program, so I was able to get my stuff ahead of time. I don't have to worry as much, thankfully.
The Atropos probes. Take one and fill the waiting eyeball full of.
I can't wait to see that, Zodom. Thank you. Yeah, I have some of it started, and I'm gonna be working on the body starting tonight, actually. I want to start prepping for it. Most of the cosplay that's left is just gonna be sewn, which is faster. Some of it has foam involved, but a good chunk of it should just be sewn, which doesn't take as long. Dragonblade, thank you for giving a sub to Oopsie Doodles. Love that name. It's fun to say. And you get... That's a bot, but okay. Thank you for gifting a sub to Frosty Tools, Dragonblade. Why do you do that? Well, you've already completed the first 5 levels of the hype train, and now that Twitch allows there to be more than 5, I guess there is still a possibility it could continue, but if you need levels 1 through 5's emotes, you could participate. I still think you're crazy for doing so, but go for it if you want, because I'm a blind bastard. Dragonblade.
Look like a happy eyeball to you. Keep it clear of obstructions, lest our work be for naught.
This is your friendly reminder to pre-order Fantasy Life. Oh shit, I do have to do that. You're gonna go eat your steak and mushrooms now? Mmm, yummy. Melchior says, but we are tied. Why are you leaving? Melchior's like, my
Why isn't
phone.
anyone grabbing these fucking things and it's only me?
Because I always forget, and usually it's done by the time I get over here when we play with Archon and them, so...
4LK10R gifted tier 1 subs to people in the aquarium.
Malchior, thank you for gifting another 3 subs. You can stop now. Aren't you ahead and winning? Oh yeah, creator program. I think we were talking to Widescreen Johnny, said something similar, but that's cool. Looking forward to seeing your cosplay this year on the main stage. He wanted to round out to 40. Oops, I didn't mean to pin that message. Let me unpin that. Sorry. I was trying to open my rewards chest here. It's so cute.
The Vitrium stares down our target. Press the attack now. If you keep searching, I cannot be responsible for what horrors the Vitrium may find. Summon the tide now.
But yeah, Calmage, everybody from the creator program has an opportunity to get tickets ahead of time. And then we're also allowed a +1 as well. So I was able to get tickets for me and Joe without having to worry. Oh, you never got to meet him? Poison? Oh, that's a shame. He literally just left the group to go back to his hotel because he didn't go with us to get ice cream. We were just chatting with him like 5 minutes before getting ice cream, so not even. It was like 1 street over. But him and his daughter wanted to go back and rest because they still had another big drive ahead of them. Well, actually, they still had another day left and then a drive, huh?
I think it was mainly her.
Yeah. Absolutely broke. You forgot you dropped 7K on the previous stream. What? I'm sorry, you dropped 7,000? What are you talking about? Speed. $5,258. 42 would make it an even 5,300. But what's the point when there's no badge at 6,000? Glorious, thank you so much for the Prime resub. Good morning, Christopher. I spend 7K, I meant. Still don't understand, but okay. I thought this was going to be a lot worse.
Well, I am Dante. Well, you shouldn't be dying.
Not only that, but I thought, like, fighting him was going to be a lot worse. Sometimes it's not about earning a badge, Malchior. It's about sending a message. Dante is a cheat code, this poison. Yum. Oh, seriously? That's too bad. Maybe at another event in the future. Yeah. He goes to a few of them, especially if they're within relatively decent driving distance. Considering he, on a few different occasions, has gone from Pennsylvania and drove all the way up to Canada to give the weapons to DE just to drive back down to Pennsylvania because doing that was still cheaper than shipping the props out, which is crazy. Good morning, Vlad. Pax was great. Thank you for asking. 2 of the people in chat now are because I met them at PAX. Autumn and Poison. He's a road warrior? Oh, for sure. Do you and Joe go to PAX every year? We have recently. We've gone the last 3 years now. Funny enough, the first year that we went was because my sister found a a developer badge at her job. It must have fallen out of somebody's bag. Nobody came back for it. And I may or may not have just used it and then bought Joe a regular ticket. I didn't want the badge to go to waste. Particularly excited about any games shown at PAX. Yeah, actually a few of them. They're Soul Gates, I think it was called. Soulmate. There was one that that one I'm really looking forward to because it's a up to 4-person cooperative game that's very similar to like Lovers in a Space Time. Lovers in a Dangerous Space Time. Wait, that's so funny. Yeah. It would have been wasteful to just let it sit. Exactly. It would have been a waste. So instead of wasting the badge, we ended up scooping up one from some rando on the internet that we met up at PAX to grab their extra ticket. And
I don't remember that at all.
Went to PAX the first year. You don't remember doing that?
Nope.
Yeah, that's what happened. We were in line and we found them.
We were at the depth stream, Christopher.
Yes. Yep.
Sitting in the audience.
Yep.
In the back. Well, in the middle. I would never sit in the back.
Rip to all the Valkyr mains. I think she's still going to be a lot of fun. Speaking of games, says Valkyr.
Keep the rage up. You're immortal.
Basically. Oh my goodness, excuse me, that was the weirdest burp. Yeah, I saw you when you got up to leave, Autumn. That's why I was saying when we were at ice cream, I had said I saw you earlier. And I was like, there's no way that's not a Kome. And then when I saw you again at the ice cream place, I was like, I have to ask. I had to ask. So what's the plan now?
Either crack more, or see if your new baby Tenno friend needs help.
Yeah. Still can't get over the odds of bumping into you both there. That was insane. I know, it was too funny because Clover was the one that had just suggested ice cream, and I was just like, yeah, I mean, I don't really want to go home yet, so let's hang out a little bit more because it's not like I get to see her often. So
I wanted to go home.
I know you wanted to go home, but I didn't because I don't get to see. I don't have a lot of friends, okay? It's nice when I can actually chat with people, because I just don't have a lot of in real life friends that I can hang out with, so it was nice to actually go and do stuff. I say, you know what, why don't we just continue to crack? You can hop on and get your plot if you have nothing to do. I will do that after Joe goes to bed, Shadowy. I guess we can do a mobile defense. I was about to say, what the fuck about me, says Goldhair. What about you? Did you want to come back in? What's going on here? Then you said IRL. Oh, for friends. Yeah. Well, I'm not saying I don't have friends, but you guys are all over the freaking world, and I don't really get to, like, physically hang out with a lot of people. It doesn't happen often. And even then, like, the people that I do have around here, they got lives. Some of them have families. I'm not gonna lie, you laugh so hard when you watch the chat during the Valkyr rework. Let's be honest, this nerf is dirtier than the Archoplasmor one. It was full of no. Yeah, I don't think it's really that big of a deal, to be honest. I think she's still gonna be ridiculously tanky. We didn't want to go home yet either. Our other friend is not a night owl, so he was losing consciousness a little. That's so funny. Alright, everyone, let's meet at Kira's house. No, Vlad. Though you will join too. I mean, if you want to, Golter, I'll invite you. You are always welcome in squad. All over the world, says Kitty. I mean, you're not that far, Kitty, but a lot of people are all over the world. I don't know if that worked. You don't think this is a Valkyrie nerf? She looks way more fun to play. Invincibility doesn't play well with a lot of other mechanics. The sentence was hard for me. She looks way more fun to play. Invincibility didn't play well with a lot of other mechanics. Yes.
You're near a fissure.
Oh, you don't know, Shadow. You don't watch often. I'll buy out the nearest hotel to house us all, and we can get the ballroom and do a giant Warframe LAN party, says Malchior. Honestly, that sounds like so much fun. Have an actual KiraCon, and everybody just shows up. It's a Kira convention.
Use that reactant to open a relic. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Cosplay as a goldfish.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
That'd be so funny, Discord.
Look for more reactant.
Lad says that they can grill food for everyone. Free food. Open bar, says Melchior. Are you covering a tab for an open bar? Because I sure as hell can't afford that.
Continue to defend.
Yes. If you could afford to travel, you'd be down, says Big Mac. Cool, I'll be there after 30-hour flight. Are you really that far away, Eris? Draw myself in Kira's merge, be the most dripped out person there, says Kitty. Christopher says, okay then, to be short, Valkyrie will lose her immortality when using her 4 after rework. Oh, you're in Malaysia. Oh, I guess it is kind of far. I'm being hunted.
We are finished here. Move on.
No, you're not.
Thank you.
I think Zap whipped him well after I threw up on him.
Oh my god, all 3 cats are trying to lay on that one spot on the table that has some fabric on it. When I did lay down on the couch though, and I woke up and all of a sudden, Naya and Avara were both sleeping on top of my feet. One on each side. So they weren't even cuddled up against each other, they were just both cuddled up against me.
Get me in and get ready to defend.
That was really cute. Speaking of flights, Salt Lake City Airport is the coolest airport. I don't know. There's one in, I think it was like Singapore that I saw online. It has a whole garden, an inside waterfall, a 24/7 movie theater, different types of places that you can sleep that have all different themes to them. Wait, what? Malchior. Do your cats normally cuddle with you when you sleep? Sometimes, yeah. They like to sleep near my feet or on the bed. Or is this new? I've had the cats after all of these situations started happening. When I grew up, my cats would always cuddle me, though. My cat Marshmallow would always cuddle. He would sleep behind my knees. Because I usually sleep on my side, and he would sleep behind my knees. So cats sleeping with me at night is not abnormal. But them sleeping actually touching me doesn't happen super often. Usually they're just like on the bed, or when I go to bed, Naya just like sleeps in my doorway to protect the room. Why, you're thinking they're sensing something? I mean, I know animals can be very sensitive to that kind of thing and can pick up on medical stuff that we can't, but... Bit more crit chance is better. A flat 45 crit chance to Hysteria now. Yes, please. Dang, must be a big airport. Yeah, it's insane. I was watching a video on it. It's the craziest airport I've ever seen. Well, I haven't seen it in person, but it was cool. They have an entire mall inside. Like, it's a better looking mall than some of the malls around here. Granted, a lot of the malls around here.
Some malls are fucking dying.
I was gonna say a lot of the malls are dying, but regardless of that, like, even the aesthetics of the mall was, like, really pretty. Ureli Prime is pretty, though. I think Ureli Prime is really pretty. When they showed her in-game, though, her helmet looks too big. It looks a little bit proportionally too large for me, but... other than that, I do like her Prime. I'm loving the Compressa Prime. Very happy with it. I was a little concerned, because one of the deluxes wasn't really my favorite. Elevator. So I'm super happy that the Prime is gorgeous. Because if you guys are unaware, Compressa is my favorite secondary. So much so that Magic Thighs was nice enough to be sneaky with Joe and find out my exact color scheme for... Huh?
What?
She ended up finding out my exact color scheme and built me a actual Compressa for me to have as a prop.
Out, bitch, I told her.
Yes, I said you were sneaking around to find out my color scheme.
And I said cheating behind your back.
Oh yeah, cheating behind my back. Yeah, the smiley face changed. Your brain is not functioning anymore, so that means it's bedtime. Good night. Good night, Autumn. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh, okay, well, I missed you. Oh, Vader, I'm sorry. I know I had to take some breaks because there was no way I was packing up my stuff to bring it to Joe's, and I did not want to have to drive all the way back here after going to PAX, so. Yeah, but you get to increase it even more, which is awesome. Personally, I'd love to see if you can push to orange/red crit tier would be amazing. That'd be insane to do that with her claws. Her claws are already super powerful.
There's a mod for Hysteria that makes it.
Oh, you did get a refund for your ticket. Good. Compressa is broken with all the reload speed mods. Compressa is amazing.
Hear what I said?
No.
There's a mod for Hysteria, the claws, that make it do more crit damage and chance or whatever the hell it was.
That's already crazy.
Dude, my throat still feels fucking funny from the con.
I'm just hoping I don't wake up tomorrow with con ick. Malkier says, okay, there are chemical imbalances that cause changes in galvic skin response and changes in small smells that cats pick up on. And if they are sleeping, touching you on regular when these episodes happen, but not normal behavior, it can be a good indicator of hormonal imbalance. Now, it's not a perfect test, and it's important to determine that this is outside normal behavior for said cats. So just, some do just like to sleep touching others regardless. Yeah. I mean, normally they don't. And I was feeling like I was having some sort of episode, which is why I felt like I needed to lay down. But, yeah. Usually they don't sleep touching me. But I was also on the couch, so there really wasn't a lot of room if they wanted to participate on sleeping on the couch. I'm full at the moment, Vader, but you're welcome to put yourself on the list. You
Plus,
would be
that's their
top of the
couch.
list. It is their couch. I got back and they had... I had to brush it off because there's a little bit of cat litter on it. They literally love that couch. Especially Naya.
Do you have a matching relic? We're near a fissure.
Jack Neal says, now you need to send someone to make you a prime compressor.
Location reached.
Now you need someone to make you a prime compressor. I do.
And defend our position.
think you have some sort of imbalance that's causing heart problems or blood problems. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I've always known that there's some sort of, like, imbalance or something off with me. So, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's causing it. But I've always known... I've always known there was something wrong with me. I mean, when I was on Singular, as a... I think I was in middle school when I was on that. If I got really upset, my pupils would dilate differently. So, like, there's always been weird things that happen when I'm on different medications or just in general. And I'm not even saying, like, slightly different. I'm talking, like 3 times the size difference. Like, there's always been, like, weird things like that. Hello, Pup Potty. How are you? How many other people are in squad, or is the list actually empty? I have a full squad right now, and there's no one on the list. I have already answered that. Your kittens would walk on your face at 5:30 a.m. wanting to be fed, and you end up with a paw in your eye and a corneal abrasion twice. They sleep in the basement now. Nightmare. Jeez. Naya will wake me up when she thinks that there's not enough food in her dish, and she will... First, she starts off all lovey, where she'll, like, rub up on me, and she'll be nice and gentle, and then if I'm not getting the hint that she wants more than just loves, and that she actually wants me to get up, she will take her little teeth and, like, grab a hold of my knuckle with her mouth and, like, pull on me as if she's trying to, like, get me to get up, and it's really cute. And, like, sometimes she'll do that to my wrist. She's not biting hard enough to, like, leave a indent or anything, just enough that, you know, she can pull and be like, hey, get up, I can't feed myself, give food. So while people are built different, you're quite literally wired differently. Yes. I already have been confirmed as neurodivergent, so that alone means I'm wired differently. I don't know, Melchior. I don't know what that is. I got tested for a bunch of autoimmune diseases, and all of those came back fine, that I don't have an autoimmune disorder, but I don't know what else. I don't know what... Crazy cat lady syndrome. That's what that is? Toxoplasma gondii. Funny. Someone fucked with the... Electrings, oh. Dragonblade, thank you for gifting Vlad a sub. What's your take on this? Would you try to find out if you had something going on, or living like what you have as normal?
I would like to say something about the cats if I can.
Go for it.
Okay, cats sleep with you because you're warm. They don't care what their servants do as long as they serve the cat. We all know it's true. There's no denying it.
That too. But
they're
cats
only worried
are
if you're
also
sick
sensitive.
because if you get sick, they won't get fed.
But cats are also really sensitive. Like, my cats will come up to me, or at least Marshmallow and stuff when I was growing up. They knew when I was sad and they would come up and comfort me. Arcane Avenger is passive, so you have to be damaged.
And whoever typed in the Toxoplasma gondii, that is the protoplasm that cats infect humans, well, mammals with. It makes us like cats more if we like it or not. It's what they use to make smaller mammals no longer afraid of them, like rats and things like that.
What the hell?
So it's easier to catch. But when larger mammals are infected with it, we have this overwhelming urge to nurture, protect, and feed. It's a side effect. Wasn't meant to be that way.
Wait, that's a real thing?
That's an absolute thing, yes. When people say they get infected by cats, it's an absolute real thing.
That's hilarious.
You'll find people that don't like cats, and when they're exposed to them, they get infected by that. And they begin to like them, want to pet them more. But yeah, you have an overwhelming urge to take care of them, feed them, and protect them because of Toxoplasmosis gondii is the name of the protoplasm that infects our brains because we're around cats. It is something that infects smaller mammals to make them less afraid of cats, to make it easier for the cats to catch and kill them. But when larger mammals are affected, it rewires our brain to want to protect them, keep them safe, give them food, make sure that no predators can get to them. That's what makes people
bizarre.
into crazy cat people. It is a real thing. You ever hear why pregnant women shouldn't clean litter boxes? Because they don't know what it will do to a developing baby. So as a precaution, they tell pregnant women to stay away from litter boxes.
The vet was training said it doesn't do shit.
They're not sure if it does or it doesn't. It's always been to go on the side of caution, to stay away just in case, because you don't know. So, yeah, there's been no proof that it does, but just in case, they advise them not to be near litter boxes.
That's so bizarre.
That is a real thing. That's why I love cats. People, not so much. Cats make me happy. People, not so much. No. I love cats. I'm gonna mute myself again.
Okay. Later said it sounded like the intro to a superhero movie. A lot of weird things happen to me growing up. Things that other people wouldn't understand. Every time I get sick, my eyes change drastically. Doctors have confirmed that my brain doesn't work the same like normal people. It does sound the start of like a supervillain. One of your uncle's cats used to have a routine for getting human attention. First sit and stare. If that doesn't work, meow. Next, what do I want? 21, Massateer it is. First sit and stare. If that doesn't work, meow. Next was headbutt, then another meow. Next was paw on leg, then meow. Next was extended claws, which are razor sharp. No one knows what's next. We've all complied by then. He knew cats were evil, villains, all of them. Wasabi says, yeah, I know for me, it's the system's way of running with things. You have different approach to assessing things that can be considered divergent. You just know the system is working as intended, and you just don't support it. But for you, I will say your body manual is different, and the system doesn't know how to update because the system is the system, so neurodivergent. Gaster Faster? Gaster Faster 1, thank you so much for the follow. It's a real ailment. If you to call it one, but you wouldn't say it's so terrible. I mean, it doesn't seem terrible, but we've just been drinking the cat Kool-Aid, apparently. Cats are just cute as hell and they're funny. That too. Biggest danger of T. gondii is that it can increase production of FINY and IL-7. Most people, it isn't a problem, but it can have effects. I'm sorry, if everything I am going through is because I have cats, fuck it, I'll still put up with all of this. I'm not getting rid of my cats. My mouse died, needed batteries, skull tear. The red Kool-Aid is cat and hypnosis. No, but if it is the cause, it's treatable. Besides removing the cats, because that's not an option. So Borderlands has had a pack show for the game, and you're not excited for it, says Vlad.
You're not gonna ask why?
I am curious. I was waiting for them to say more. Why? Yes, besides removing the cats, because you're infected. Power went, fuck you, says Goltair.
Jesus.
You seem to have a lot of issues with your electricity, good sir. Doesn't matter if cats are gone. You don't want your heart stopping because you have cats, yeah.
Another thing about that particular protoplasm is 80% of the human population is infected with it anyway. Globally.
It's so funny.
So, That's why we all have cats.
That's why the cat videos. That's how the cats are gonna take over the world. There would be a really funny story if like that's how it happened and cats are all just like super smart and they're just waiting for it to be closer to 100% before they officially take over. I will bow down to our cat overlords. Sorry. You have some really, really, really major bad news, this Flangor. Oh, this time it's a thunderstorm, says Goldhair. I mean, that makes more sense.
I was wondering if it was a storm.
Might need to invest in solar. They
Wait,
already
does that
took
mean we're hitting
over.
a storm?
They don't have to do shit.
Nope, no storm.
Oh, Flangor, you're such an asshole. Going to, I think cats have already had their subtle takeover of Earth.
So just us?
I mean, if Goldhair can't come back, then I'll pull Invader. Except I don't see Vader online. Who wouldn't want to sit around and look pretty and get fed and cared for just because they're there? That's pretty in control. This is true.
These are worthy foes. Underestimate them at your peril.
Void fishers. You need
I mean, I already drop everything when they need stuff anyway.
A fisher. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. The enemies are dropping reactant.
I missed the ledge.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
That was better.
The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. Still working on it. Continue to defend.
That was interesting.
Vlad said most of my hype died with Borderlands 3. Borderlands 2 is just perfect timing, perfect story, perfect humor. Borderlands 3 removed so much that was good. Split screen co-op, raid bosses, dedicated loot drops, and an annoying endgame that was just mind-numbing farming.
I have split screen co-op.
Maps were too big and empty, and it wasn't a fan of the storyline either. Gonna go to bed.
I play split screen with my nephew.
Good night, Drozen. I killed 3 for you as the antagonist as Poison. Handsome Jack is the perfect villain. Malkier says, I've been without cats for going on a year, and I've been seriously tempted each day after work to drop by the SCPA and get another, even though I know my dog would snap its neck the moment it was in the house, hence reason for not getting one. Your dog really hates cats that much?
What dog do you have?
Mr. Craig, thank you so much for the follow. Any cats that weren't the ones it grew up with? Yes. That's so weird. An Aussie Shepherd.
A working dog. Are they normally prey-driven?
That's like Far Cry 3, no better villain than boss. Very. Smack your.
I just knew that they're working dogs and they need shit to do or they go like insane. I didn't know that they would do the prey-driven shit.
Who had their Solga taking over Demiri on their Warframe update bingo cards?
Coonhound, so he's kind of prey-driven.
Seems like Rocky's more prey-driven than Eddie, but...
He's a Yorkie. So he's also prey-driven. That's what Yorkies were made to do.
I know. She hunts rats, cats, skunks, rattlers, and other dogs. Anything around the apartment complex that isn't hers is fair game.
You say rattlers? As in like the snake?
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
That's what he wrote. Rattlers. Yes.
You're lucky she's not dead.
She hates rattlesnakes. She got bit as a pup.
Yeah, I wonder why. Don't mess with a rattler.
Almost lost a leg to it. Jeez. She has a vengeance thing? Apparently. Jeez.
Odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I figured we'd run into her somewhere along the way, says Dark Angel, but her taking over Duviri really caught you for a loop.
Style, baby. It's all about knowing who you are and not giving a damn.
Just look over the Equinox. A lot of Hildren relics. She's vaccinated against rattler poison and had training on how to hunt and catch them without getting bit. She catches one every couple of months.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, they do that here in Arizona as well. They have classes you can take your dogs to, and part of it is to give them a vaccine against rattlesnake venom. And it teaches them how to properly kill them so they don't hurt themselves, because if a dog doesn't know, they're too curious. They go after it wrong and get bit.
What the hell? That's crazy.
I'm in Arizona. We got rattlesnakes everywhere.
Yeah, but the vaccine doesn't make you immune.
It doesn't really make them immune, but it makes it so if they do get bit, it isn't as fatal as quickly. It gives you a lot more time to get it to the vet so they get antivenin.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, I read the little flyer they had there. I have cats. My cats don't give a rat. But I was reading it because I was curious. And yeah, they literally, you spend like 2 days teaching your dog how to properly, rather avoid the frogs, because we have poisonous frogs here, and then to avoid the, or how to properly kill the snakes.
You have poisonous frogs?
Yeah. We have cane frogs here.
Oh, the
cane
toad.
Frogs. Toad, yeah, cane toad, or something. There's a toad and there's a cane frog, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, the cane toad.
Yeah, they secrete the poison on their skin. Dog
Isn't that
bites it, dog gets sick, yeah.
Aren't those the pretty big ones?
Yeah, they're big. They're a little bit smaller than a softball. They're pretty big. They're big.
Okay, so they're the one I was thinking of.
Big
They're
ass, the big glands on the side of their heads.
yeah,
Yep.
they're the ones I'm
Super
thinking of
shit.
then.
Didn't know that
the dogs
dog
like to play
training
with
thing.
them.
Yeah, that's
Sniffy.
cool.
Yeah, they have the dog training for that to teach dog to leave the toads alone, but if need
Not
be,
that,
mess with the snakes.
Yeah.
Here's
You can
just
really
try
get them to
one.
stop. Their instinct
Mass.
kicks in to hunt them. It's
Yeah.
really hard to get the dogs to not attack the snakes, because at a point, if you're with the dog, they'll attack the snake just to protect you. So they teach them how to do it right.
Weird.
She is
Cats are
vaccinated
better
against rattler poison and had training on how to hunt. Okay, so Vlad said last thing about Borderlands Promise. It's okay, you can talk about it as much as you want. The new Borderlands adds a unique idea. Previously, weapons were made from different manufacturer parts. The new system allows for each part to give manufacturer buffs. For example, high crit or explosive ammo. This all sounds great, but with 8 weapon manufacturers with different buffs, you can only imagine the endgame farm to be crazy hunting for the exact combo of parts, since no weapon can have more than 4 parts.
The third game didn't have parts. It was third weapon makers. A bunch of weapon makers.
Yeah, but they're
But
saying
in
the
the
new
fourth game,
one.
they'll be able to mix match parts. Yeah, randomly.
Weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
I'm sure they'll come out with some way of changing it and getting a better draw.
You found a fissure. Look out for reactant.
I can't run it just yet, Shadowy, but I will run it early for you.
They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. You've got to find a terminal. Proceed and prepare.
I don't see how that doesn't count.
Reactant is working on your
At least some of the crystal is hitting the weak point.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. Fine in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Random question. Would low blood pressure also be why sometimes my fingertips go a little bit numb?
No, there's another condition for that. It's a circulatory. Jamie has that. Your hands turn blue. Like
No.
your tips of your fingers turn blue or get really cold.
If it is really cold out, my hands will turn like a bluey purple, but
Yep.
yeah, sometimes recently when I'm doing certain things, the tips of my fingers have started to go numb.
Continue to defend.
You know, you drink a lot of water, do you not?
I try to.
You need to be careful of your salt intake because not enough salt causes a lot of problems with your nervous system.
So
yeah,
maybe-
Mom.
Oh my god, am I really just like your mother?
Sounds like it.
Oh no.
I drink about 2.5, 3 gallons of water a day. I love water, and I literally have been told by my doctor to eat more salt.
Yep, so is my mother. They gave her
That's all it
fucking
is.
salt tabs.
Yep.
I wonder if
Jamie's
that's
mom's the
what's
same
happening.
way. She hates eating salt because reasons. She's afraid that it's going to be unhealthy for her.
Mm-hmm.
And she passes out from low blood sugar because of the lack of salt.
My mother has.
Yep. And you drink too much water, you flush all the sodium out of your system. Your kidneys have to start using potassium to process water, and that is very hard on the body. And if you run out of potassium, your body will use calcium, and that'll rip your bones apart to get it. Yep, I had a salt problem too because I love drinking lots of water. They were worried I was diabetic because I was thirsty all the time. I was like, nope, I just love water.
Well, the problem was like I really wouldn't drink a lot when I was growing up to the point where I would only go to the bathroom like twice a day, tops. So I've been told that I need to drink more water, and now I've kind of like it's become a habit that when I do drink, I drink a lot at a time.
Just
that
gotta
would-
balance it out with more salt.
That would make sense since I don't usually put like salt on my food or anything like that anyway.
If you feel yourself that you drink and you're still thirsty after you drink a lot of water.
Yes, that
You ever
usually
find
happens.
yourself in a condition where if I drink any more water, I think I'm going to explode? but
Yes.
you're still thirsty,
Yes.
you need salt. That's what
God
it is. Your
damn
body's
it.
craving salt. Yep, that's it. Now, don't grab a salt shaker and go to town.
No,
That's really
no.
bad.
I'll just try to, like, see what happens if I increase it a little bit.
The thing I suggest that someone said earlier is you can get a heart rate blood ox monitor for like $25. They're really cheap.
Okay.
And that's another thing to check too is see where your heart rate is, see what your blood ox is. But yeah, you are describing conditions of rather a combination of lower salt intake and low blood sugar.
Because it's only been the last, like, 3 years or so, and like I said, the first time it happened, it really startled me, because I had never felt anything quite like that before.
Fucker, sit still.
And it's really, really draining when it happens.
This guy is squirrely, holy crap.
Good lord.
The thing with the low blood sugar, it doesn't matter what you eat. What you eat will just make the blood sugar worse. And the A1C doesn't look for low; it only looks for high.
Oh.
It only checks for high blood sugar.
Yeah, my A1C came back clear when I did it the first time, so she had said there was no issues.
Have diabetes. Doesn't mean that you're pre-diabetic. Is all it means. And the A1C test can go about 6 months back.
Yeah.
So if you've had any problems in the last 6 months, or it's begun to get worse over 6 months, they can tell you how far along you are. Yeah, I get the same test too. But low blood sugar is you're producing too much insulin. So anytime you eat, your body produces so much insulin that all the energy you had available to you is now destroyed. You'll get this weird dizziness. You'll feel like you need to go to sleep, like to the point where you've been up for 30 hours. You just have to lay down. It's an overwhelming feeling. Yeah, when I was younger, I had that. But when I was younger, I was eating like 5 quarts of ice cream at a time. But I only weighed like 102 pounds. I was really, really skinny. Couldn't figure out why. But I would eat a lot of stuff like that, and I had a problem with low blood sugar when I was much, much younger.
So what can I do to help with the low blood sugar then, if that isn't?
You do got to change your diet around. It's simple carbohydrates need to be taken out. Sugars, you don't want those.
Yeah.
You need to talk to your doctor because medication's a better way of going. The only way to test for it is you do what's known as a glucose tolerance test. You drink this really nasty Coca-Cola flavored junk. It's basically just glucose, and they take your blood sugar every half an hour for like 3 hours, and they watch. They watch how long, how low it dips in 3 hours. There's a 5-hour version of it, and what that is they want to see how quickly your blood sugar comes back after. Normally, they just do a 3-hour test and see how low it goes. But that will make it so you're dizzy. You feel like after you eat, it'll be within a half an hour or so of eating, no matter what. You get very overwhelmed sleepy to the point where you feel like you're going to pass out. It wouldn't be safe to drive.
Yep.
You feel like you're not safe to walk around, like you're almost drunk and lightheaded.
Yep.
And the only way to fix it is to sleep. Yeah, that's another thing it could be. And it's not even something you have to have fixed. Usually it's a diet change. After you eat, when you start feeling sleepy, a good way to check it is eat something high in sugar. If that fixes it, yeah. Within, say, 10 minutes of that, that's probably might be what you need to talk to your doctor about. Drinking too much water and having a problem with your low blood.
So...
Fish woman.
I know.
Mom.
Ugh.
Thanks, Mom.
Shut up. We need a Joe medical questions segment in every stream.
That's not me answering the question.
No, it's Zap answering. Drinking a lot of water can get rid of the needed salt, so you have to balance it. Who has diabetes? No, I don't have diabetes. So what would cause it in the first place? It's just like eating carbs and then what, my body just crashes afterwards? Like, I'm not sure.
You don't process them correctly. I think. I'm pretty sure.
So it would be some sort of like insulin resistance. So overweight and no diabetes. What's that test called again, says City? As my motto goes, you live by the cake, you die by the cake. Gabriel Iglesias. Uneven. The commercials just don't add up. Melchior was screaming yes. It's also a blood ox level issue.
Another way that you can easily test it too is you've been drinking a lot of water, especially on stream when people do the drown the goldfish a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Is if you put salt in the palm of your hand, smaller than the size of a pea, just a tiny bit of salt, and eat it, and then drink some water. And if you start feeling better within a half an hour, yeah, it's probably a salt problem. Same with you feeling dizzy after you eat, or very lightheaded, or very sleepy a half an hour after you eat. Eat a normal meal, a normal dinner, and like 15 minutes after you're done, 20 minutes after you're done, eat some candy, some fudge, a piece of chocolate, something that has like a lot of sugar in it. And if you feel better and you don't feel sleepy, yeah, I would talk to your doctor about a possibility of a low blood sugar and a salt problem.
So how do I... The low blood sugar you said would be a diet change. So like I just can't have carbs anymore? Or like how does...
No, you need to talk to your doctor about it because it's very specific to you.
Okay.
Yeah, mine was very specific to me. I was 12 when I had my problem. And I had to go through a whole diet change to learn how not to have a problem. Because you could be sugar, actual, too sugary foods, or for you personally, it could be too many carbohydrates. It could be a combination of too much complex or simple carbohydrates. You got to talk to your doctor about that. Diabetes is easy to fix, easy to treat. Low blood sugar isn't.
Yeah.
Just like high blood pressure is easy to treat, low blood pressure isn't.
Yeah. So I'm getting the short end of both sticks, possibly. Great.
Yeah,
Got
possibly. To me, because I've gone through exactly what you're talking about, symptoms precisely the same way. I loved water, and I drank way too much water. I had sodium was being flushed out too much. And
yeah, because I feel like I'm always thirsty. I have dry mouth.
Amount of sugar in my life. Yeah, you'll sit there and you'll get a really dry mouth to the point where like your vocal cords, the back of your throat will feel dry, and you're like, if I drink any more water, I'm gonna blow up.
Yeah,
there's a statue here where I'm at.
I've been having dry eye problems recently too.
Yes, that is a sodium problem.
Like to the point where it literally hurts. Like my eyes will hurt when I wake up. And
no matter how much water you drink, it doesn't fix it either, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, salt. You're flushing all the sodium out of your body. And then the problem with that is...
No, this is different than my regular allergies. This is something new that has popped up with my eyes. It's not like my allergy stuff.
Like you blink and your eyelids are slowly trying to go back in place type of dry eyes?
Yeah, it hurts in the morning to like even open my eyes.
You gotta use drops to lubricate your eyes? Yeah.
Yeah.
See, here in Arizona where I live, like right now, the humidity outside is 8%. So we have to drink a ridiculous amount of water all the time anyway. So there's a lot of stuff at the doctor's offices and places like that that reminds you that lots of water equals not enough salt. But they don't want people eating salt tablets to correct it. That could be bad.
Yeah, well, that's what Joe's mom actually needs to do because hers gets so bad.
The other day.
Yeah, Lady J's mom's the same way. She has a salt problem, but hers is she refuses to eat it.
Well, I grew up with my mom having high blood pressure, and we would have to go like no or low salt for a lot of different foods. So I was just used to just not putting it on anything. Like I don't salt my food.
And the bad thing is they found out in the last few years that that was not very good advice.
Yeah, you need salt for your...
You need salt.
The body to shoot the...
You can die faster from a lack of salt. You can die faster from a lack of salt faster than a lack of water.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm. But, for years they said, don't eat salt on nothing. You'll have a stroke and it'll kill you. And no.
Yeah, because my mom, she had her blood pressure was really high. She's had to get put on blood pressure medication and everything. So that's always been a big concern of mine. So I just go careful and I don't.
Mother, Kayla, 'cause she's fucking unhealthy anyway.
I know, but genetics play a factor into that. So, and then my grandmother also had the same problem.
Not when your mom's a dipshit loser that sits around, does nothing, doesn't
Yes, I know.
exercise,
And my
fucking
grandmother is
takeout.
the same way. But it is just something I've always kept an eye on, so I don't put extra salt or anything. I don't do that on any of my foods. And I don't tend to eat a lot of salty food anyway.
Yeah, I don't like salty food, but I'm on a catch-22 where I have high blood pressure because of the medication that I take makes it spike really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to eat salt because I drink so much water. So it's like I have to play a balancing act the whole time.
Yeah.
Perfect amount of salt and the perfect amount of, you know, everything else.
I don't know, Valkyrie.
Woo!
Definitely taking that with the new update. Okay, Kiro. We all give you good advice, but don't trust me, don't trust them. Get tested. Yeah, I know. I am gonna. I just having information.
I like how you're listening to all of them. And not
I've been
fucking
listening to you. I got onto the birth control. I talked to my doctor. I got onto psychiatric meds. I've been listening to you this whole time, Joe.
Except for when I'm telling you to fucking tell them these other shit that's going on. You're
I
like,
have, and they just ignore me.
Yeah. You keep fucking bugging them.
It sucks when you have a doctor that's part of a conveyor belt assembly line health system where you feel like you're in a carnival ride where you get in your chair, you move to the doctor, you go to the end of it, you get out of your chair. I hate that so much.
It's just really hard when I tell them, like, I've always had a problem when it comes to weight and everything like that, and they just assume it's because I can't control what I'm eating. And that's what the
guys that I have.
And that's the medication that I'm on right now. Literally, it's all psychological. It doesn't process food any differently. It doesn't do anything differently. All it does is shut down the pleasure hormone from eating food. So food is just less pleasurable when it's in my system. Which is not really helpful because I'll go days on end where I don't want to eat anything anyway. Like, my body does that to me normally. And I have to remind myself to eat.
Do you ever find yourself going to get something to eat and you don't know what you want and you're like snacking on little pieces of stuff? Eat a little of this, that's not what you wanted, you put it down. You go get something else, you eat it, it's not what you wanted, you put it down. Have you ever found yourself doing that?
Usually I don't even get to the point of actually eating it, but yes.
You're like foraging through the food you have in your house because none of it is appealing, but you're hungry, so
Yes.
That's a nutrition problem as well.
I used to sit in front of the big island when I was a kid and a teenager because I couldn't find the right food. The one that would satisfy and fix whatever was going on.
And you keep going through all your food. None of it looks good, but you're like eating stuff. Yeah, that is.
But like I need something, and I could never figure out what it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Salt food flashes.
The VA makes me go through a ridiculous amount of nutrition training and things like that.
Stay focused.
Plus, when I was in the military, I had to give classes on nutrition and things like that too. So I had to go to classes and learn quite a bit of stuff.
Karen, my wife had the same issue with the doctor. Let me tell you a secret.
I was a mechanic, but I was also fat. And when you're fat, you go in the fat boy program. And when you're in the fat boy program, they make you learn all that stuff. And since I was a sergeant, I had to teach the younger soldiers why they were fat with me.
Jeez.
That's what it was. No pulling punches. I was a big boy there for a while. But I was on medication that made it so I was... When I got done eating, I was hungry, and then when I was hungry, I'd go eat, and then I was done eating, I was hungry, and man, I was on some medication that was driving me nuts. I gained like 100 pounds in 3 months, and I'm trying to talk to the doctor about it. He's like, yeah, that's probably normal.
Yeah, sure.
I get that. Yeah, we did. We got me off it when I was put on the overweight program.
I got my weapon charged. I'm like, why am I shooting?
If the current doctor ignores you, then that's all the more important to find one who'll listen. I know. It's freaking hassle to find doctors.
You should try and see if there's
a Rhode Island equivalent
for the thing that I'm in.
Yeah. I just wish that other lady back where I was before was still around because I really liked her. She would sit and listen and like she was so thorough. I really liked her.
I was telling the dude all the shit that I thought was going on. Then he's like, "Is there anything else?" I'm like, "I don't think so." Other than him not fucking believing the stone is worth anything, he's been good. I really find it amusing that he didn't suggest, yeah, we should get rid of it.
It's a ticking time bomb. It needs to go. Adios, kidney stone.
Oh, oof.
He's got a kidney stone in one and a cyst in the other, and the kidney stone is on the side that he's been having back pains on that sporadically show up, and I freaking called it.
I just had one Friday.
Oh, did you really?
Did you really?
Yeah, well, Saturday morning we went to go to a car show. We was taking both of our cars to a car show, and all of a sudden I got that stab. I got stabbed in the back right where the kidney is. Then I got a flush of a fever feeling and really nauseous. And I got on, we're driving. Me and Jamie are driving our two different cars, and I called her on the phone, honey, we're going home. I did a U-turn and we went home. By the time I got to the front door, and we was only like 2 minutes from the house, I was pouring and sweating.
Nope,
she's like, "What's wrong?" I'm holding my back like an old man. I'm like, "Nothing." She said, "You haven't been drinking water these last few days, have you?" And I'm like, "No." Like 3 hours later, I was fine because I passed the kidney stone. But oh my God, this is like my fourth time I've had one.
Did you?
It was. Oof.
Did you feel yourself pass it?
Yeah. Well, not really. You feel it when it passes from your kidney into your bladder. And for men, it's way worse for men than women because physiologically, the tube that goes from your kidney down to your bladder is smaller on men than women, so it has less room to pass through.
So you don't feel it like when you pee, but you feel it.
No,
like
it
internally.
Depends on the type that you have. There's two types, and I forgot the terms for them, but one of them is like a round little pebble, and the other one is a sharp, jagged piece of crystal. And the sharp, jagged crystal ones, I've had one of those.
There's a calcium and acid one.
Yep. One of them is from calcium buildup from too much water, and the other one is from like too much animal protein. Like if you eat a lot of meat and nothing else, and you don't drink enough water. Because I tried the Atkins diet when I first got out of the military, and I got one of the jagged ones, and I went to the ER, and they told me that the pain from that particular type of kidney stone for a man is equivalent to being shot with a gun. And they gave me lots of morphine and ketamine to put me out. That was horrible. That lasted like 6.5 hours. Oh God, that was bad.
Yeah, see,
the rest have been just the little calcium ones that were little tiny things I passed through,
Attack 2468
yeah.
says, "Hey Kiwa, who be the doctor?"
Mine doesn't do anything
NPC
really. It just stays
has
in
a
my
very
back.
calming
It doesn't.
voice.
The pain doesn't wrap around to my front, which is what they kept asking me. I'm like, no, it stays right there in my back.
Yeah.
I threw up the very first time I had the pain, but that was.
Yeah.
I never threw up afterwards, and then they don't think it's doing anything to me right now.
If
They
it
didn't
wraps
even
around to the
suggest.
front, they have to go in and rather remove it with surgery or use an ultrasound machine to shatter it. There's a special ultrasound machine that will do pulses to crack it and smash it. That means it is blocked off your kidney, and if it's blocked off your kidney's dying. So that's why they ask you if it wraps around the front.
So it still could be a kidney stone causing the problem if the pain is just in the back. This is what I said. I was like, there's no way it's not a kidney stone causing it. And when you look it up, there's a kidney stone on the side that he's having problems. I'm like, I freaking called it.
It's not always a critical situation. Only when you're in a tremendous amount of pain or you have blood in your urine, they'll get worried then.
I've heard that.
But if it's just painful every once in a while, your body will rather pass it, or eventually it'll break it down and dissolve it. If it's made of calcium, eventually your body will break it down and dissolve it.
Yeah.
Unless whatever you're doing that caused keeps happening, then you just keep adding to it. But yeah, eventually something's gonna have to be done about it.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna tell them I want it out. It's a bomb. It's a ticking time bomb sitting there.
It is, yeah.
That would be zap.
I don't think it's the muscles because I did like super light stretching, not much of anything, and then like an hour or so later I was starting to build up the pain. I'm like, the fuck is this?
And it'll be a sudden start-stop pain. It feels like you've been stabbed.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. Yeah.
The
pulse is back and forth.
Just Saturday, just went through that.
That's too
It was
funny.
not fun.
No, it's not.
Yep.
Usually I can sleep it off, but that last time that happened, I could not sleep it off.
Yep.
You've heard of Drill Sergeant. Now get ready for your Fat Sergeant. This is Wasabi Cheetah. The doctor in voice chat is Zap. Malkier says you need to type up a single sheet of all symptoms, all meds and doses. You need to time and date and sign. Take it with you to every doctor's appointment. It'll make your doctor take notice, and it will auto flag you in the system and make it a priority, because it is a flag to the medical system that you are prepping a lawsuit. Even if you don't do a lawsuit, it'll make them take more notice. Maybe I should do that, because it's really annoying when stuff like that doesn't get talked about. Like, I talk to them and they're just like, don't seem to even care.
You need a new person anyway, because it's a dude and not a woman.
I know. And then when I went to the rheumatologist, they like almost didn't even check for EDS, even though that's what I came in there wondering if I had. And he just says that I have benign joint hypermobility disorder, which literally doesn't even exist in the classification anymore. It is a form of EDS. So it's just really annoying when this kind of stuff happens. Because, like, he didn't even do the full Baton scale. And I'm like, I hit almost all the criteria for this to be a thing. Which means it would be a connective tissue disorder.
Lady J has the hyper joint disorder.
Yeah, that's what I genuinely believe that I have. And he only classified it as the benign joint hypermobility. And I'm like, that's not even a term anymore. So you're not up to date on actually how to qualify whether this is that or not.
I had a neurologist I went to that just happened to talk to Lady J and talk to her about it. He said that he had a lot of patients. He saw a correlation with female patients where they had the hypermobility joints and fibromyalgia.
I got diagnosed with that.
She finally got diagnosed with that, and she's getting treatment for that. But the doctor here in Arizona said the same thing, that she noticed that a lot of patients that have the symptoms of fibromyalgia also happen to have extremely flexible joints. It's the tendons are too loose. And Lady J, if she walks and just happens to take just the slight wrong step, she'll sprain her ankles. Just out of nowhere.
It almost sounds like you trip on air, which happens to me all the time.
Yes, I make that joke with her all the time. She trips on air all the time.
I literally broke my phone because my ankle decided to give out one of the times I went to take a step back when I was walking back from looking at something down the street to see if there was still the free piece of furniture, which there wasn't. So I broke my phone and didn't get the free piece of furniture. And it's just, I just stepped funny somehow. I was walking like I always walk, and all of a sudden my ankle just decided to give out on me. It happened maybe like a month ago when I was coming out of my apartment too. Joe thought I was just leaning down to get something, and I was literally falling because my ankle just decided to just not function the way that it was supposed to while I was stepping out the door. So annoying.
Ankle just all of a sudden goes, nope, we're done.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't want to function today. I'm like,
yeah, that happens to her.
Come on.
Or she'll be sitting in the floor with her legs crossed, and one of her hip will just undo.
Yep.
Like the tendon will stretch too far, and she's got to be careful getting up. And it's not like because we're old. It's been like that since we were in our 20s.
Yep, this has
when we
been
were
most
really
of my life.
much younger than we are now.
Yeah, this has been most of my life where like I'll have to bend a certain way, and then I can feel that my hip's getting ready to pop, and I kind of lean into it, because if I don't, then I know it's gonna hurt later. So I'll lean into it and hope that it does the like pop click sound. Sometimes that's actually super painful. Sometimes it's like a release feeling, but yeah, I feel like I actually have to do that.
Here's another question. Are you like hyper ticklish? Like ridiculously, painfully ticklish? Yeah. That's another symptom of it too. Like when you get something hot or cold on your skin, especially cold, it's overwhelmingly just the sensation is really strong.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's related. That's what the one doctor had said, that it is a hypersensitivity. Everything, every touch, everything is much greater than it is for a normal person. And it's also, having the hyper joints. The fibromyalgia is being thought that they believe it is a hypersensitivity.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is. And then when your body feels stuff too much for too long, you get fatigue from it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just your body needs to shut down and rest for a while. Yeah, that's what we're working on with Jamie right now.
Yeah. And, like, there's been times where Joe's like, I barely touched you, and it would be, like, so incredibly painful.
Yep. She's ticklish on the inside of her elbow bends.
Yeah,
or on the back of her fingers or anywhere. Just anywhere. And it gets painfully bad if she gets that ticklish. And, yeah, it's always been that way her whole life.
Yeah, Joe can literally grab around my collarbone, and I will feel it'll be so ticklish to the point where, like, I'm almost crying. Like, it's so bad.
Yep. If I tickle her feet, I get kicked only because it's just full reflex.
No one will. I can't because it's so incredibly ticklish. I do not let people touch my feet.
Oh yeah, she's violent about not touching her feet.
I will accidentally kick people. I have done it before.
Did any of your kids inherit any of this stuff?
No. We only have one, and he's like me. I'm not I have no ticklish whatsoever. He's like I am. He doesn't have the hyper ability in his joints or nothing like that.
I thought you had a couple kids.
No, I only have one. I have a soon-to-be 23-year-old.
Be back in an hour or two for music. Okay.
I only got one.
Pop, click, boom. I'm falling down in new style because of my fibro. You hate your brain.
She's also top-heavy, so you never know.
Yeah, I know that doesn't add to the fun. The weight and the heavy chest and everything doesn't make it any easier, but I don't think it's necessarily the cause of some of my
You're
issues.
writing this shit down.
Just watch the VOD.
Yeah, but, like, these are all the symptoms that I already live with.
Yeah.
And that's why when people were talking about HEDS, I was like, holy shit. That is the craziest thing. I had never heard someone describe everything that I've dealt with, like, so accurately.
The hyper joints, the oversensitive nervous system. Because Lady J even went in for a nerve conductive test, which is an uncomfortable test. And nothing was wrong. And then they had asked her about being hypersensitive skin. Yeah, hot and cold is just terrible for her.
Yeah.
Mostly cold. And like her hands will turn blue when it'll be like 75 degrees and her hands will just turn blue for no reason.
Yeah,
and,
my fingernails will turn purple.
Yeah, underneath her fingernails, they'll turn color. Her lips will sometimes do it too for no reason, but mostly her hands and her feet. And if her feet get cold, she can't get her body warm.
Yeah, I have the same problem.
Yeah, fibromyalgia.
Work in praise.
That's exactly what they... And they didn't just diagnose it to shut her up. She literally had to go through a bunch of tests to verify that's what it was. But, you know, fibromyalgia isn't a disease. It is a list of conditions.
Yeah.
That equal that. And
yeah. It's a catch-all term because of that, so...
It's basically a perfect storm of conditions that will make that. Because she has problems with fatigue. You know, she doesn't... The sleepy thing she doesn't do, but she gets fatigued. Patches of skin will hurt for no reason. Like, just the air from the ceiling fan over the skin is enough to be irritating. Or just the sheets touching her.
Yeah.
Things like that.
I can't have the car windows down because the sensation of my hair moving on my scalp is, like, almost
Absolutely.
painful.
She's 100% the same way. We couldn't figure out for a long time what it was until that my neurologist happened to see her stretching her hand, and she was stretching her hand all the way back.
Yeah,
so
all my stuff
fingernails
like
were
that.
damn near touching her wrist. And he was like, are you... And he started asking her questions because he was doing a case study. And he told her, yeah, go get checked for these things. And she did, and they were like, yeah, that's what's wrong. So...
Yeah, because I wanted to get a second rheumatologist opinion because of the fact that, like, he didn't even he used an outdated term and didn't properly even do the Baton scale, which is what's used to check for that one. That was literally what I came in to see if I had, and he checked up all the autoimmune stuff. Like, I'm glad he did the blood work and double checked that, like, good, no autoimmune, and he did the x-rays and everything, because I get pretty severe joint discomfort and like I said, to the point, like I said earlier in the stream, to the point where sometimes I'll lose mobility in my arms and I can't lift them above my head anymore.
That's because your tendons are too loose to hold them in place properly.
Yeah, and then it swings the other direction. Everything gets way too tight.
Yeah, she had to go to a rheumatologist as well to do the diagnosis on. Had to go through a bunch of blood tests and stuff as well.
Yeah, well, thankfully it's no autoimmune, but...
No.
But yeah, I want to get a second opinion because I genuinely do think it is HEDS. My freaking TikTok
things to
page
discuss with the doctor about.
Yeah.
The most important thing is to have a good description of your symptoms. You know, the problem is people go into the doctor and say, my arm hurts. And then want it fixed. You know, and what's hard is you don't know how to explain it to them in a way to get them to understand better.
That's the thing, like, the cold sensitivity and stuff like that, I don't bring up because I just assume it's normal.
No. The hyper being ticklish like that is something you should bring up. That just being touched everywhere or any type of cold. And what they did with her is they put like just a cold metal.
You'd hear me complain about it more often.
And they
said if it was normal, you would hear me complain about it more often.
It's like going into a store and when you go by the freezer section and you're already thinking you're going to start shivering. Or the feeling of the cold air on your skin almost burns because you've gone into a cold area. That's not normal. That's the rest of us don't experience that.
See, that's bizarre to me because that's just what I have. That's just been my whole life.
Nope. You might feel it on your skin, but the only other time I experienced that is when I was on fentanyl. And I was on so much opioids that it makes it so everything you do becomes hypersensitive. And that's when Lady J told me it's like that for her all of the time. And I was like, no way. And she says, yes, just going into the refrigerated section burns. And that's when we started finding out better ways to explain to the doctor what she was going through. And that's when they were like, oh, that's what you meant by that. So...
Yeah, like when certain freezer sections are actually cold and it's not, like if people have had the doors open in the freezer section for too long and I walk in there and it's almost as cold as being inside the freezer, like I will almost immediately start wanting to shiver or I can feel it on my skin.
Yep, that's not normal. That is hypersensitivity.
God damn it.
Jamie has the same thing. She is exactly the same way.
Well, I know that I have some of the symptoms that line up with that because I can write on my skin.
Yeah, she can too. You leave little welts behind when you do it? Yep, she does too. And that's one of the things they tested with her too, is how long, like how much, they would drag a line and then see how long it took to puff up and how long it took to go away. And she just went home with her little X on her arm still.
Yeah, I'll have stuff like that happen often. And then sometimes I'll just, like, go to scratch an area, and all of a sudden it'll just be, like, a big red patch, and people are like, oh my god, what's wrong? I was like, I don't know, just scratched it a little bit. Yep. What do you mean?
Yep. Until she got diagnosed and they started giving her medication for it. She had those problems her whole life, and she was the same. She thought everyone was like that.
Yeah, I just assumed that this was normal for the longest time until I started watching TikToks where I'm just like, wait, that's not normal. Wait, that's not normal either. And that's why I even started going on this journey in the first place where, like, I didn't even know what hypermobility was. I just thought they were cool, fun party tricks that my, like, hands can do all the weird stuff and I can bend my arms in directions they're not supposed to go. Like, I can put my mom used to do this thing where she could, like, put her hand on her leg and, like, spin her arm all the way around where she could put... And, like, it would go all the way around on her leg, and you can also put your fingertips at your hips and bend your arm. Like, if I'm sitting normally, I can put my fingertips at my hips and flatten my hand against my leg.
Yeah,
and my elbow can go completely straight. And that's, like, a lot of people can't do that. And I was like, what do you mean you can't do that? Like, and it would be a party trick. I would show people, like, I can do these weird things.
Yep.
And I didn't know, like, that's a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. It's just, it's a symptom.
Yeah. And I know that, like, my hands and stuff and my finger joints, I'm sure they're probably going to get worse. And knowing that there's, like, these cool finger ring splint things, if it does get bad enough, like, I might end up looking into, because I can't... This is why I like controller better than mouse and keyboard, because my hands will get really tired and very sore just from typing. or playing video games on the computer. So knowing that there's like these cool ring splints that keep your fingers from overextending was a neat little thing. Yeah, they're instead of having like a splint like you broke your finger, they're these like types of rings that go around your joints and just keep you from extending them too far. But I get hand pain and stuff from that when I'm doing things too often. But, you know.
Now imagine going into the freezer section and you feel like you're going to shiver, then you go outside and it's 111 degrees. 110 degrees.
Jeez. Yeah, no thanks.
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
I stay inside on 2 hot days because I literally feel like I'm going to pass out.
I'll have Jamie send you some information that might help you out a tremendous, because she knows more of the terminology than I do.
Yeah.
Through it. And that way she can help you ask the right questions with your doctor, things like that.
That would be nice because I get overwhelmed and then the anxiety kicks in and then I just shut down or I forget entirely like all of the things. Like I just become stupid for a little bit and I'm just like, I don't remember anything. I can't give you any information. Just from pure anxiety. Or I can't get the words out because, you know, I'll become so nervous that I get choked up on my own speech. Hi, Edric.
Yeah, I'll have her do that.
Trying to find you in Pax pictures. I be sneaky. I try to stay out of all of them. One quick question. Do you take your meds... do you take meds for that hypersensitivity, Cicity? Not currently. I don't know if there really is much. Hypermobility can feel like an upside, but it oddly makes you more susceptible to injury in the case of fibromyalgia. Yeah. Scroll through Twitter and the US president is going full ham tomorrow to go against expensive medications. We'll see how that works out. Making sure that U.S. citizens get their prescription drugs for almost 30% of the original price. Now that big pharma companies will definitely ramp up the prices of the meds so they have 0 losses. Yeah. John says I can provide some Pax pictures with her in it. I won't, but I can. Well, I mean, Edric's allowed to have those, John, with my face actually in it because he knows what I look like, so... I don't care if Edric does, but...
Nice of them to take care of you. Yep. Dee's pretty good at that.
Yeah, Dee was super nice this whole weekend.
Oh, and it was funny at the dinner yesterday. The bartender overheard that there was DE people here, and then some other dude that worked there heard that there were DE people, and they're like, "We play Warframe. We know what Warframe is." And then they were chatting and shit.
Yeah, one dude was like, my roommate's literally playing Warframe right now. He's got a couple of questions for you guys. He was literally texting his roommate and chatting up Warframe devs. By the way, did DE not give codes for the streamers to share with their communities? No, because these were PAX exclusive stuff, so I don't have anything technically to share with you guys. I have to put mine in here at some point. It's in the other room. I'm not doing it right now. I'm going to yell at my robot to remind me tomorrow.
Oh, Edric. Edric's here. Hey, Edric.
What were the exclusive PAX items? Well, they're just exclusive for now. They will show up in the game later. There's a Kalervo Noggle, except for the glyph. Yes, there's an exclusive glyph that you can only get if you were at PAX. There's
physical merch.
Huh?
The physical merch too.
Oh yeah, I got a PAX hoodie that has like the new a new logo and a soul frame hat. They gave us a soul frame code. I already gave mine out. I still have one more from Joe. And then on the actual little thing, you didn't give it to me, no. But I'm sure you're wanting to give it out to the community. You already have a code for yourself.
Does our code even still count? That was Prelude like 2.
Yes, they don't expire.
Doesn't have a code.
Oh, well then you can have one. I have extras in my DMs, I think, still too.
I'll give you mine.
Maybe you should go to PAX East instead of TennoCon next time. But yeah, so it was that, the Kalervo Noggle, some armor bundle, some potatoes.
Weird Duviri, angel looking one.
But yeah, the armor and the Kalervo Noggle will come into the game at some point. It's just we got it early.
What's hers is hers, and what's yours is hers as well? Yeah, okay. Any Berserker cosplayers? No. But there was a surprising amount of cosplayers.
Yeah, there was a lot of people wearing Berserk-themed merch, but...
There were 2 hookers.
Yeah. There was so much ass on these individuals.
They should not have been allowed.
It literally looked like they weren't wearing anything at all. And that's coming from me, and it was bad. It was good ass. But, like, there was a lot of it. They say anything about other cons, want them to be in Germany again. I don't know if they're going elsewhere right now. I think their next one, at least that I know of, would be TennoCon, but after that, I don't know what their other plans are. But there were a lot of cosplayers this year. I think definitely more than last year.
Ass from Berserk theme? No. Like, just... There were these 2 dumb hookers that were in cosplay showing off their whole entire asses.
Literally.
Literal
the
thongs.
Entire butt.
It was disgusting. Shouldn't be allowed at any convention, really.
Like, if she bent over, I would have seen her butthole. Say no more, I'll be there next year, says Cedric.
Yeah, he says that over here. Okay, I'm going to PAX instead of TennoCon.
Good morning, Nightwing. Nightwing says hi. If possible, please, thank you ahead of time. May I join your squad? Yes. Because Vader didn't even come back online, so...
Doesn't bother me, Zap. I was giving it to someone, didn't care who. At least I know someone that will, you know, actually use it, not try to do other shit with it.
Yeah, I've been hanging out in the Discord and doing all the things to try to get a code.
I didn't know you needed one. I
Not
could have
really.
crowdsourced for one.
Yeah, I've been trying to get
You
one
just
from
have
their
to watch
Discord
their
and stuff.
stream to get it?
No, it's
No,
been
you have to
pretty
be
blocked.
picked. Yeah, you
But
have to be picked to get it.
I could have crowdsourced for one because there were people, if you had one from previously, every one of those people were sent 4 extra codes to give to their friends. So I had people giving me extra codes in my DMs to like be able to give out to people. So I could have gotten you one.
Ah.
You didn't ask. Patrick got
It
his
was more like
priorities
a hunting
straight,
thing. I
going
wanted
for
to
the
hunt one
ass.
down.
Yeah, right. It's part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Who's the other guy talking that's not Joe, says Marvin. That
I'm
is
an
Zap.
AI. I'm Chat GPT.
It's Chat GPT. I'm trying out a new bot. But no, that is I Zap Things. One of the greatest mods to ever exist.
Yeah, I saw Golter. There's a
Golter's
dude who was
here?
dressed up as
Golter's here.
He's in chat.
I said one
There's a
of.
dude that
I'm
was
not
dressed up
making
as,
anyone feel left
John
out.
Wick. At the con.
One of the people that we actually met when we were out to dinner liked my business card so much that he wanted to get in contact with you about trying to order some.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
So hopefully he'll hit me up and I can send him your way.
So I'm gonna have to send you some of my cards with your card.
Yes, absolutely. You definitely should have anyway. But yeah.
Because I'm going to the next step. I'm actually gonna get my business model.
Good.
My business plan, and then I'm going to apply for a business loan.
Good.
I got one new laser on the way, and I got a new 3D printer that came in,
Jesus
and
Christ.
so.
But yeah, if you want to
So that's
send
2
me
lasers,
a stack of
right?
those, no, that's 3
It's
now, isn't it?
3 lasers.
Yeah, that's 3 now.
This
Because
is
you already
the third
had
one
2.
coming?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, the reason why is each laser is designed for different materials. That's why.
Oh.
My main laser is only
There's not
designed
one
to do
just the
metal.
jack of all trades?
No, it's not. Well, the one that I'm getting could be up to a point, but I can't do really deep, like coin cutting and stuff with the new laser I'm getting. But I can do glass, crystal, quartz, gemstone, metal, gold, leather, my skin. If I'm not careful, it doesn't really matter.
I think any of those could do your
deep
skin.
Cutting. It just doesn't do really deep cutting into anything. So, and it's based on the wavelength of the light. The one I'm getting uses UV light. And UV light works differently. It doesn't need a lot of heat to cut into it. It's like the laser I normally use is a 50-watt laser just to burn into stuff. The one I'm getting sometimes is only a 10-watt laser, but it can do more material. Hundreds of materials it can do effortlessly.
That's cool.
UV.
Who would have thought?
Interesting.
Nightwing, I'll reset squad and re-invite you. I didn't realize it didn't work when we went into the mission. Zap, how much do you need to start your functional business, Marvin?
Well, let's just say that I've just buying the last of my equipment. I've maxed out my platinum card, so that gives you an idea.
Yikes.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to send me some of your business cards on the way.
Once I get my business loan done, I'll be able to take care of all of that.
The coins that made for me, I have a hard time giving them away. They're just too cool. Hashtag selfish.
Oh, Ed, yeah. I'm glad you liked them. I had fun making those for you.
Well done. Now get to extraction.
That was when I was learning and practicing, so I didn't mind making a whole bunch of them for people. At the car shows, I've got a couple of people that I make coins for that has the logo for their theme for their car, name of their car, things like that, and they sell those. Those people, you know, they commission them out and work with them as to what design they want, what things like that. And I have a whole jig set up now. I need to start streaming me making my coins. Now that I'm feeling better, I should start doing that again.
Oh, you are?
I need to, yeah. I would start feeling better so I can start doing that.
No, I meant you're feeling better. So that's
finally getting rid of the flu.
Better. Well, I only had the flu for maybe about a week, but the getting over it part, it just took forever.
I don't remember how long it took me.
So I'm almost in my 5th week now of being sick. You remember when I was on the mic just a couple of days ago how terrible I sounded.
Yeah, it did sound a lot more rough.
So.
Worst one was one woman with only stickers at the top, a thong, and a full see-through short dress. She walked in front of small children. In Germany, there exists a law where exhibitionism is allowed to a certain degree. Just cover your bits and everything else is allowed. Jesus.
It's basically roughly here as well.
Yeah.
Still should not be.
Zap, you don't get over the flu, silly. You transfer it.
Yeah.
Alright, before I reset squad and everything, I gotta pee real quick.
Well, there were 2 hookers that were kicked out of Anime Boston.
Well, they were kicked out of the Artist Alley, not out of the full convention. I don't know if they got kicked out of the full convention. They only were escorting them out of Artist Alley. We didn't see them getting escorted out of the whole convention.
Well, I wasn't following behind their ass.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Alright, give me 2 seconds, because I just really gotta pee, like, so bad.
If I hadn't gotten sick, Joe, I was going to actually try to make it to PAX. I just didn't want to say anything to Kayla because she would have gotten her hopes up, and I didn't want to do that.
Because I remember you were supposed to trying to go to her birthday, too.
Yeah, I wanted to, but something came up in the family that prevented me from being able to do that. We weren't able to make it.
Yeah, PAX was definitely more fun this year than last year because of meeting all the meeting the other creators and goofing around with them.
Sounds like you guys had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yep. Most of the time we were hanging around Clover and her husband when we were at the 10-0 VIP, and then somewhat throughout 10-0 the PAX we were bumping into them.
I won't be able to go to the... I mean, I could go to the TennoCon, but because of where Lady J works, a pain to go out of and back in. Even to Canada. So...
Really?
Yeah. And it's wild because we only live maybe about 30 minutes from Mexico. We can't even go to visit Mexico. We could. It's just there's paperwork that's involved and things like that.
Interesting. It's funny you joined the chat, the voice chat today, because I was saying earlier today, I'm like, you need to get Zap and Melchior together and play the fucking Sons of the Forest now that it's full release.
Play what now?
Sons of the Forest.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
One of these days.
It's been a long time since we played that.
Well, it was kept fucking up, and then we did everything, and but now it's a full game. Now there's all kinds of new enemies, and you can power up weapons with alien technology and shit.
Oh, wow. I know I've been giving it all the updates that pop up, but I haven't really played since we played together as a group.
Same. I've just seen the updates. We haven't played it. We haven't touched it.
I play the first Descendant, but I'm kind of like you are. I first giggle at the fact that it's fan service upon fan service. Then I just buy a skin and cover it up.
It's too disgusting. I can't do it.
The game itself to me is just one of those repetitive games that you can play without thinking. So I can just go brain dead for a while and play.
I suppose, yeah, but I'm not going to feed into their bullshit, their dumbass fan service.
Destiny has gotten to the point where I can't stand it anymore. I used to play
a
lot of
shooting
Destiny 2.
themselves in the head.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. It's confusing.
I was going to try to get in to play their closed alpha for their marathon, from Bungie. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, I've seen gameplay.
Horrible.
Yup.
I'm not into extraction shooters. I'm not even into PvP.
Neither am I.
And it's just...
I don't know what they're thinking with that one. Because now then Arc Raiders came out with their demo and everyone's in love with that.
Crushed Bungie so bad.
Bungie's fucked. That game's dead on arrival.
It is, yeah. Well, the main problem they have is they start developing it in early of 2016 when Tarkov was at its peak. And they literally were like, it'd be cool if we made a game like this too. And then, from 2016 until 2026, when it finally comes out,
Wolf says Spider Mommy frame confirmed.
They had the idea in 2016. That's when they were like, ooh, you know what we should do? So, yeah. Yeah, Bungie's a dead company. Sony's in the contract when they sold themselves to Sony. If they don't turn a profit enough times, Sony gets to absorb the entirety of their studio, and honestly, it's probably time.
Shit.
When you see a wounded animal, sometimes you have to give it mercy.
Yeah, I would like to do that with Halo Studios.
343 limped along on prior ideas for too long. It's now they're called Halo Studios now, right? They're not called 343 anymore. Yeah,
because they're trying to not carry the bad name with them. It's the same shit. You're still the same fucking people.
That's like going to a restaurant that's
shit leading the studio.
It's like going to a restaurant that serves terrible food that gives you food poisoning. They change the management and under new management, but it's still the same terrible place to go to. Yeah.
Every time I go live, it still says "fuck you 343." You're still Halo Studio. Fuck you Halo Studios. You're still 343, and fuck you Microsoft for letting that happen.
Yep.
Okay. Hi.
It's a sin, and I don't even believe in religion, but that's a fucking sin what they did to players.
I haven't played it since Halo 5. I played the storyline, the regular storyline for Halo 5 since. I downloaded the Halo Infinite and was like, eh.
Halo 5 sucked.
Yeah, I only finished it just so I could play it because I liked Halo that much. And same reason why I played Destiny 2 is because I played it for so long. I kind of feel like I need to do my chores, wash the dishes, take out the trash, and do my dailies in Destiny.
Yeah, I did. The Warden was a prick. What the hell happened?
I needed to be able to get Nightwing in here, and
the Warden was a bitch. He would not turn around when me and her were playing.
So
trying to shoot him in the back in his fucking weak point was becoming very frustrating. At the very end of Halo 5. And then Halo Infinite was
doo-doo.
Oh my god, I can't think of any word to describe how horrible it was.
It was a stinky mini poo-poo head of a game.
Halo Infinite was like, this isn't Call of Duty, we swear.
No, it didn't function like Call of Duty. Not
yeah,
really.
but the Call of Duty clones, though, it's just, this isn't Call of Duty, we swear.
Just everything that they said it wasn't. It wasn't open world. There's no different biomes. Enemies fucking sucked. And it was actually like the start of Destiny 2, how the fucking Cabal dude came out of nowhere and took over the city and shit. Like, how the fuck does that happen in the city of the fucking Guardians? That's called bullshit. And then
it's like,
and that's what happened in Infinite. Like, where the fuck did this dude come from?
Slaps you in the face and goes, pow, and story.
Yeah, it's like there's no way this brute bitch would come out of nowhere and wreck the Covenant and human peace treaty. So we're allies, but kick the shit at both of us? Like, get the fuck out of here.
What's bad about Destiny is all of the storyline from the first 2 years is gone. They're being sued for copyright. They stole someone's idea for it was called the Red War. That's what the very first 2 years of Destiny 2 was. They stole it from a guy. He wrote a book but never published it, but the book was registered. They can't prove in court they didn't steal his idea because they can't run the original code from the first 2 years anymore. So they can't even prove they didn't steal it from him. And in copyright law, if you can't prove you didn't steal it, you did steal it.
Good.
I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching
Fuck Bungie. Fuck Halo Studios. You had a good thing going and you fucked it up.
You're near a fissure.
Oh, and the whole thing with fucking Cortana. It was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know anything about the Infinite story or not?
Yeah, where they duplicated Cortana to make her into a weapon to kill Cortana.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, yeah.
You know what happened at the end?
I figured it out like within about an hour of playing. I was like, no.
You know what happened at the end?
I think they like let her live, and she's gonna change herself, and then her and Master Chief were supposed to have like flown off into the sunset. I don't remember. It was so unimpactful to me that I don't remember what happened when I finished the game.
Cortana did supposedly die, and she's like, "What now?" And he's like, "Well, now we do the normal shit." And then, what should we call her? And she goes, "Oh, I think I got a name." And then that was the end of the game.
That was the end of it, yeah. To me, it was like literally, it's like Master Chief asked her, "What are we gonna do tonight?" And she says, "The same thing we do every night, Master. Take over the world." That is the vibe I got from it. I just a pinky in the brain.
Yep. Fucking dumb.
When the credits start rolling, I literally was like, "That's it. That's okay."
Yeah. It was very sad. Like we should have saved Cortana. She should have come to her senses.
Mm-hmm.
I was not mad that they made her the bad guy. I thought that was an interesting twist. She got corrupted by the mantle.
It wasn't even her fault she was a bad guy.
No. And
Yeah,
of
I think
course,
the corruption
Chief is
of
going to try
Cortana
and
was
save
good.
her. Like, what the fuck? And Chief's the bad guy. Chief's the bad guy. We need to get this other Spartan team and hunt him down because he's a bad guy. Well, what the fuck you talking about?
Dollar store. Yeah, it was a Dollar Tree Spartan team.
Yeah.
We don't have the power suits or the enhancements or the tactical or the battle, but we can beat Chief.
Yeah, that was so fucking funny. He wasn't even trying during the fight until he got kicked in the visor, or kneed in the visor, and then he's like, oh, yeah, nuh-uh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna fuck you up now. What's his name? Locke.
Locke, yeah.
And then after that little incursion, that little fight, Locke's like, Chief's good, we need to help. What?
I still don't understand why
girl.
anyone, after all Chief has done, would even remotely consider Chief bad.
It's because he's disobeying the military.
Oh, big deal. I mean, I understand that in the military that's a big deal, but like, the ends justify all of the means.
Yeah, it was so dumb. Halo Infinite should have been made differently. You think? It shouldn't have been released. When it released. It was like fucking alpha.
And they had already delayed it that much. Imagine if they had tried to put it out when they first said they were going to be able to put it out.
The grapple hook I didn't mind, actually. Just the fact that it was so stupidly retro in a science fiction game.
Cephalon's after me.
Watch to learn. Thank you so much for the follow.
They should have done the grapple hook as, like, some sort of hard light tech. You know, Forerunner tech. That's what I think they should have done for the grapple hook. Not just look like he fucking ripped it off the front of the Warthog and it's the Warthog wench.
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah. I should have been Forerunner tech. And then the multiplayer was so fucking garbage in Infinite. It was just unbelievable.
Oh yeah, the
And
fact that melees didn't register
garbage.
properly. I know for a fact I had melee'd someone first, and somehow they still killed me. I know I'm bad,
melee,
and I can admit when I'm
bullets weren't
bad. There were
registering.
times where I'm like, no, I definitely did that first. I don't understand why I got killed when we somehow traded. And I was like, no, that's not what should have actually played out there. And come to find out, it's because their melee registering is inaccurate and not functioning properly. I'm like, oh, well, that would make sense why that didn't work.
Yeah, I had a boxing match with some dude. Fucking crazy.
It's a little too early, Aishipsu, but I will run it in like a minute or two.
I'm not shooting someone in the head. I mean, I know I haven't played
Yes,
a lot of
Aishipsu, I see you.
PvP shit in a very long time, so I'm not as accurate as I once was, but I don't suck that bad.
Big Mac says, yeah, kind of like a mix of a regular grapple hook and the telekinesis thing from Dead Space.
I guess. But I meant, you know, it should have just been hard light. The Forerunner tech. Anyways, if he has a thing on his hand and he shoots out a fucking, you know, hard beam of light and hooks in. But, you know, kind of like that. A fusion of the telekinesis and the grapple hook. And they have this huge sandbox of weapons, and the multiplayer only has a few. And they got rid of the combat shotgun for the dipshit bulldog shotgun. And now they just put in a gravity brute shotgun, double barrel shotgun. That's the only brand spanking new gun added to the multiplayer in 4 years. Apparently that's how long Infinite's been out.
Jeez, has it really been that long?
I guess. I'm pretty sure that's what he fucking said in the video. I wasn't really... I was sort of listening, sort of not. And then the super mega predatory cosmetic shit, microtransaction shit they had in that. Jesus Christ.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
They're still doing it too. Fucking predatory microtransactions.
They're not even reasonably priced.
That's what I'm saying. It's fucking predatory. And now they just in the video, I remember him saying they changed the battle pass now.
Yeah, I was listening when you
now
were
it's
watching them.
worse again. Yeah, I want to go to Halo Studios and just smack every single person that works there in the face. I don't even care if they're people in the lower tier. Speak up. If you all go, I'm not doing it, nothing happens then. And they have to do something.
I watched
You know they hired a dude, Zap, that was there, was working at 343, that hated guns?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
He's
understand.
gone now.
I don't understand how that can happen.
I don't know.
I could see having your own personal objections, you possibly owning one or something. Yeah.
It's just nuts.
And I remember when they would go out and use live weapon recordings for their guns.
Yeah, I saw something
get it
a long time ago.
To get it as accurate as they can, but not anymore. Well, in Washington, it's illegal to do that now anyway. No one can own guns in Washington.
Like guns of any kind.
Well, not technically no, but they've made it so prohibitive to be able to get one that you might as well just say they're all... Here in Arizona, the only permit you need for a gun is the Second Amendment. We're an open carry state. Now, you can't have it concealed. You have to have it open where you can see it. So you just get a holster and walk around with your gun on. And surprising, not a lot of gun violence here.
Yeah, I think New Hampshire's the same way.
Yeah. Live free or die.
They're little, like, if you can even carry long guns, too. You just have to have it holstered across your back.
Jeez.
Yep. I don't take mine out. I don't have a holster for my pistol, but I don't take my long gun out. Oh, someone got down.
That came at a bad time. Yeah, that's me.
I got you.
Okay.
I was watching a video where the person, another one of those other game players, starts playing Warframe for the first time, and they start doing research. So they did a video about differences of DE and Warframe versus games, and they said one of the things they asked people who played the game, that were part of the community, why do you buy things for the game? And he was surprised that most people answered because they want to support the company.
Oh, yeah.
And he never heard of anyone that was willing to do microtransactions to support a company, not because they felt like they had to buy it or they needed it or it was, you know, FOMO or something like that. And I thought about it, and a lot of the times, yeah, I buy the Prime Access Pack because, like, once a year, I'll buy one, then use the Platinum from that to buy the Warframe from the next Platinum or the next Prime Pack. I don't mind giving DE my money.
Yeah.
I'd rather just farm it.
I don't know. It depends on what it is. I don't really get the Prime Pack. I get the accessory pack is what I get. Let me correct myself. I'll buy the accessory pack. And then I will, if I get lazy or I just don't have the time to farm, I'll use the Platinum from that to just buy, like, the frame or the weapon, whichever one I don't get enough parts for.
Yeah, see, James, but if they fire all the people, who's gonna make the game? No one.
We'll just keep hiring more and more people until somebody follows what they want to say.
Time you're waiting and money you're burning while trying to hire people to fill those spots.
What are you talking about? Interns are free. Eventually, you'll get one that knows what they're doing, and you hire him.
You spent more on Warframe over the years than any other game. I've spent, yeah, I would say probably the same. I'm willing to spend on Warframe rather than other free-to-play games because I feel like the money is going to be used for bettering a game that I already love.
And you get your money's worth usually.
Oh yeah.
I've seen videos where it was like a 3.5 minute video, and it said it's a different game every 5 seconds, but it's still Warframe. And they went through all like Frame Fighter, Railjack, each of the different open world areas, all the PvP stuff. I was really impressed by the fact that how much that you can get from this game.
Yeah. As a new player, there's so much. Like once you're at the like 8,000 hour mark, not that I'm there or anything, but like you start to run out of stuff to do. But there's still technically things I don't own, like things I haven't done.
Recently, I don't really think the Prime accessories have been worth it.
I don't think I've purchased the last 2 of them, just because I haven't for no other reason.
It's been quite a few that have come out that have like nothing to them. Like when Sephiroth came out, they didn't have Tapestry Prime. Like, what the fuck?
That really should have been in there.
Missed opportunity. You would have sold. They would have sold way more accessory packs.
Oh, absolutely. I would have bought one on purpose.
And then you get, and then most of them don't even have any cool looking armor. I was like, I'm not interested.
You spend more and more. The new people they hire. You've seen the evolution of hiring new people. You've seen the evolution of Warframe. Here's one to tell true veteran players of Warframe who remembers the stamina bar and coptering. Yeah, that gets asked a lot when talking about
I literally
the
started
old
playing
days.
about a month after that update got rid of stamina. Yep, I never had to use a stamina bar. I do remember only so many revives per day, and it was across all of your Warframes, not per Warframe. I remember that.
We still need cars in Giant
James,
Mecha
you
versus
still have
Kaiju.
to find them, and that's time and money being burned while you try and find them.
It's a video like Warframe is a wake-up call or something like that, if you remember correctly.
Yep, that's what it was called. That's exactly what it was called. Warframe, a wake-up call. And it was a he was talking about how Warframe is a wake-up call for the rest of the free-to-play genre.
As it should be.
Good video. Really good video.
Look at how many free-to-play games just, like, peter out after a short period of time, and Warframe's on, what, 12 freaking years?
12 years.
That's a long time for any game to still be active and pulling in new players.
I don't think there's any other free-to-play game that lets players trade premium currency. I can't think of any one of them that lets you buy the currency and then trade it with other people in-game.
Maybe not this freely.
Do that now?
No. There's no trading First Descendant.
Oh, I thought they were implementing that.
Not yet. They talked about it. They talked about possibly doing it, as people are asking for it. But there's not going to be a premium currency that's going to be able to trade parts. Because, you got people that just can't go and farm certain activities because it's basically in hard mode, so they can't go do it yet. They'd rather just pay someone else to do it.
Well, they hit their 12-year anniversary towards the end of March, Reader Cody. Because I know that the Warframe anniversary is like a week or so before my stream anniversary, so I know it's like in the middle, but towards the end of March.
Forget what video game I was just watching.
Katyen remembers coptering. Katyen's still here. Hi, Katyen. How was your food?
They were saying like, "Well, there's no way a game can have like multiple different games inside the same game." I'm like, I guess you don't know what Warframe is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Warframe's so unique.
I'm watching today.
Could you imagine EA taking out a microtransaction from a game because people are using it too much?
No.
They didn't like the fact that people were spending too much money on a particular microtransaction, so they got rid of it. DE did that when the Kubro first came out. The fur pattern that you could get for it was random, and if you wanted to try for a different fur pattern, you paid platinum, and it was like a slot machine. You could re-roll it again. And one guy used it 200 times in one day, and when Steve saw it, They got rid of it. In less than 48 hours, they completely revamped the system and got rid of it because they didn't want people using it as a slot machine. I don't see any other game where they would be able to have people, and it wasn't just one person. It was lots of people that were just using it over and over and over again, and they said that's not what they want it to be. And they got rid of that particular transaction. You couldn't do it anymore. There was a time that selling Kubros was extremely profitable in Warframe.
That's
Now,
so
they
weird.
revamped a few times how the fur patterns work, but yeah, there was a time that, you know, I could make 200-300 platinum in a couple of days easy by just breeding dogs. And that was when you could only hold one egg at a time. You had to go and incubate that one egg and raise it and take it into combat and then get a genetic pattern from it. And yeah, that was a pain. Then when they came out with the
Deep
cats,
Rock. It was Deep Rock that made that comment
Probably.
when I was watching.
They seem like pretty decent
yeah,
devs
Rogue,
too.
the Rogue Core. No, those are the ones that were saying. I'm pretty sure those are the ones that were saying. You can't put a game within a game within a game.
I know, but I'm just saying in
Someone-
general, I find them to be pretty decent devs as well.
Yeah, because they were saying. Someone asked them why didn't they just put Rogue Core inside Deep Rock. Why is its own thing? Well, it's like, you can't really put the game within a game because it would make it. Oh no, it was definitely not.
Yeah,
It would
I
make the
remember watching
code-
that video with you.
No, I just watched it today.
We watched a Deep Rock video where they were talking about that with the devs while I was
I
there.
was watching it today. Maybe you were just fucking hearing it over the chat.
No, because they were playing the new mode while they were talking about it.
And I watched that today.
I don't know. Maybe that was while I was still there. DE could use Railjack as a core for Giant Mecha and then go full ham against the Giant Uber Eidolon. Food was good. You had homemade chili. Ooh, everyone wants a lotus. Everyone wanted the lotus fur pattern.
Yep.
Damn,
they
you remember?
did.
Don't remember the 1 egg limit.
Yep, you had to go on Earth and you had to go and kill a Kubro nest. And back then, the amount of Kubro that could come out of a nest was limited. So you could just keep going until you got an egg and then you would leave. I remember going down with friends and that's all we would do was go to try to get a Kubro egg.
Weird.
I mean, how many games have devs that actually spend time to play the game with their players?
Yeah, no, not that many. They're very
that's why I don't mind.
focused.
That's why I don't mind telling them to shut up and take my money.
Fucking the repo guys are playing with players and asking them questions.
Again,
Incognito.
they seem fairly down to earth too.
It was funny. The dude that does the videos for Repo is like, he showed clips of himself talking to people who he's playing with. He's like, so what do you like about this? And we're like, oh, okay, that's cool. Didn't tell him that he was part of them.
Get a more honest opinion that way.
Yeah. It was funny.
You remember the doggy freezer? I remember having to make sure that you put your pet in stasis.
Yep, if you're gonna be gone for not play for a while, because they could starve and they would they didn't die, but they would leave. You could lose a pet. You couldn't get them back. You also, when you had to wear them, you would use the prime collar. You know how you get the prime collar for your Kubros? That's what you would use to be able to make another pet or to revive your pet to get it back the way it was, fur pattern stuff, if it died, was a prime collar. They used to have a really good function to them. Now they're just something that you put on your pet.
Interesting. I didn't know that part. That was when when we first started playing. That must have changed.
Yep.
Because I do remember stasis and all of that.
Stasis for us was different though. It wasn't because they would run away. When we played, it was for healing them or trying to switch to a different one or something or other. You had to put them in stasis.
And if you didn't interact with your Kubro often enough, it would hate you. It used to have a meter how much it liked or disliked you, and you had to maintain its loyalty.
I remember having to pet them for that.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
The amount of damage they could give and take was based on their loyalty. So if they weren't loyal to you because you didn't take care of them and you didn't and stuff like that in between missions, they just wouldn't do anything.
It's like a
They wouldn't
Tamagotchi.
attack. They would leave in a mission and come back, you know, just go off on their own.
And now they ain't worth shit.
Oh, they're okay now, I guess.
Yeah, you got the Vulpaphilos and the Nautilus and all those other ones. The robot dogs.
I want them to make it so we can put mods on Titania's razor flies.
So you
No,
can
I'm
have
serious,
two
make
exalted, or either 3 exalted weapons?
Damn Skippy. Nothing wrong with being overpowered. Well, the thing is it wouldn't really be so much that you could, I mean, they're always going to have their melee attack. What I'm talking about is where you could do the precepts that are for companions. But I did notice that they made her razor flies almost indestructible now. They used to die so easy all the time, and you need razor flies as part of your survivability. And besides, why would you pull anything else other than Titania? I mean,
I don't know. I've tried to play her. I don't like her.
I love Titania so much. She's so much fun. Between her and the crazy cat lady, it's the only 2 I play. Unless it's a spy mission, then I'll be like, okay, fine. I go get Avara.
I don't like Avar.
Hmm?
I don't like Avar.
She's easy mode, man. Especially when you put the helmet ability where you activate it and you auto breach.
Oh,
yeah. It automatically does the hacking for you.
Precept?
Skill yeah. Oh no, it's not a precept. It's a helmet ability that you can put on.
No,
You can,
it's called. Isn't it called precept or precept? Something
I don't remember.
Catch you later, kitty. Good night. Sleep well. That's right, you got school tomorrow, don't you? So, Kira slap him for not liking the kitties. It's my favorite streamer of the night. How was your trip? Naughty Reaper. Good. Good. I had a good time. I made one stupid mistake, though.
Cora.
And
That's who we're talking
we were going out to dinner not too far from where we originally were, but I thought it was farther because it was like, oh, it's 15 minutes from where you are. And I'm thinking 15 minutes when you're not in the city, you know, that's a fairly decent distance. But when you're in the city, 15 minutes could just mean like 2 turns from now, and I wasn't thinking that. So we left the parking garage, realized that where we were going really wasn't that far away and we could have just walked, and then I had to pay for parking again. I was so mad.
Yeah, I should have realized it when you were saying it. I wasn't fully paying attention.
But it worked out for the best because then we didn't have to walk as far back when we were done.
It wouldn't have been that far.
I know. You behave yourself though? Nope. I tried to.
I don't really care.
At this point, I'm going for whatever gives me the most ducats.
And I'm just picking randomly, really. Sort of.
Oops. Thought I selected it already. Should be at work at the moment, but for some reason you don't have any clients for today, so you're struggling / waiting at home for your company to give you a call to go to work, City. Do you not... So, you either work from home, or you what, just don't go into the office unless there's someone that needs you? Embrace the naughtiness, let it flow through you. But yeah, I had a good time, made a lot of connections, gave out a lot of business cards. Quite a few developers were like, oh yeah, we're absolutely working with streamers. Some of them either just straight up gave me a code to the game or said that they were going to contact me about it because they definitely want to work with me with stuff, so.
And I was kind of right about the business card thing too, wasn't I?
Oh yeah, every single person was like, "This is really nice."
Yeah. Yep.
Like, Joe can attest to the fact that it was like pretty much every single person that I handed that card to. They're like, "This is really nice. I don't think I've ever seen something like this." I handed one of them to one of the guys, and it was one of the heavier ones, and he was like, "I feel like I should be paying you for this."
Yeah. That's all you need is that one moment that they take a double take on what you gave them, and they won't forget it.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they find it again, they'll remember that moment, picked it up, and go, "Wow, this is still a really nice card."
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely makes a big impact.
Yeah.
What is PAX exactly? You live under a rock. It's the, it's an expo for video games and board games. So it's about half and half. It's the Penny...
Penny Arcade Expo.
It's not Penny, it's Penny with an I.
Penny with P-E.
No, it's P-I. Huh? I saw a sign while we were there. It's P-I.
Are you sure?
While it was at their merch booth for the actual expo. I will double check, but I'm pretty freaking sure I saw an I. You start from home and go to the dentist office to fix their machines. Sometimes you go to your company to refill your stock of materials, service kits.
This will be my last round.
I was surprised you stayed up this late.
We were
There's
chit-chatting.
Penny with an E. I swear to God they had an I on the sign.
So it is an E?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Swear they had an I on the sign, and I made note of it in my brain because I was like, he keeps saying Penny.
It's Penny.
Your job is super chill? Sounds like it. I don't know, mine's super chill too.
I got you guys beat.
But you're retired.
Oh yeah. Ha.
Not for long.
Yeah, not for long. You're starting over.
Yeah.
My business card says, Sir Reaper Naughtius the Third Esquire, cheeky expert consultant. Oh my God, Naughty Reaper.
Yeah, but they made of metal.
Neener, 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 mine are.
Yeah, I know someone made a hell of an impact.
Mm-hmm.
I do it when I give mine out. It's the same way.
Yeah, every single person, pretty much.
I have for Lady J's car, we have her information, you know, her Instagram and stuff like that for her car on metal cards, and because of that, people have started following, you know, her stuff there because of the fact that we gave them a metal card to remember it by.
Mm-hmm.
So I put the QR code on it and name of Instagram and something funny about cats on it. Then I have one for mine, but I don't remember what my Instagram is for my car. I don't. She does all that for me. I just don't have an interest in trying to run a social media account.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it's Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm. But she gets people that go there and follow her, and that are also car buffs as well, that are doing custom work in the car. We're getting ready to commission to have someone put lighting on her, and then we're going to talk to a company about having custom rims made for her car.
Damn.
Like machined from solid pieces of aluminum type of commission for her car.
That's gonna be a pretty penny.
It's not as bad as I thought it would be. The biggest fee is having him design it. It's actually not that bad. It's about comparable as buying custom rims from a store to make them. The expensive part is getting them designed. You ever seen the ones that look like they're just the rims with love hearts for the spokes?
Nope.
No.
You haven't seen those before? They basically, for the spokes of the rim, they're love hearts. Well, we want to get ones that are cat paws.
That's kind of cute.
So that way she'll have the cat paws on it, and we'll have them powder coated a certain way and set up for her car. And then we're going to have the lighting kit put on it. I did some of that myself already. I've done a hood liner or a headliner optic fiber kit for her. So quite a bit of stuff. Laser etched a lot of stuff for her car. I've had a lot of stuff custom painted. I got an airbrush. I haven't touched an airbrush since my first year in high school, so I had to learn how to do that all over again.
I've never used one.
Yeah, do an airbrush.
But eventually I'll be using one for a couple of my Gundams.
Yeah, I have one. That is going to be used for that and for my cosplay stuff. Originally I was going to Flangor, but I think it's better to try to keep a sleep schedule and then work on it all day tomorrow.
Excuse me. Oh, there's a decoration too in the for Tenno VIP. It's not just a glyph. And a sigil.
Oh, I see it on your screen. Yeah.
While you're taking your toilet nap, I put the codes in.
City says all their friends are envious of them. They start at 7:30 a.m. and you have your days back home sometimes around noon. Sometimes you have so much work that you come home at about 7 p.m. Jeez. I don't in the slightest miss having a regular job. I think maybe the idea of having, like, coworkers to talk to would be the only thing, but I have you guys and other streamers that I could just do collabs with if I really miss that. But I enjoy just
I wasn't paying attention.
sitting in my apartment doing what I want when I want. It's a privilege. It's definitely a privilege that I very much enjoy. I know, Psycho Queen. I'm pumped. I love the collar spikes. The, like, trap spikes. They look awesome.
I'm very curious on how she's going to operate.
I needed you to know I'm excited. I'm excited too!
I want to see more in-game play with that character, with the spider frame.
Yeah, I want to see it climbing up the walls and everything.
I don't do a lot of wall latching and wall climb. The only time I do that is kill X number of enemies while aim gliding or wall latching, and that's the only time I do wall latching is with that Riven.
Yeah.
Yep.
You just know she's exists. You haven't even seen her? Hold on.
I just fucking Riven cipher thingy.
Yeah, that's true too.
I'm like, fuck that noise.
When I get bored, I've got a ridiculous amount of unveiled Rivens that if I get bored, I'll go undo a few of them. If they're junk, I just break them down for endo. Just for the challenge of completing them.
I fuse him to make another Riven.
I forgot you could do that.
I
did break them down for endo, and I literally forgot that you could fuse them together. I also noticed they increased the level to like 201. The max that you can have for Rivens.
They increase it every once in a while.
Yeah, it's been a while since they did it. Raised it to 180.
Oh, I don't know. I only have 123 or something rather that I can hold.
And the only way you could have got back then to 180 is you had to be at the maximum of 130 when you hit rank 30 on your mastery rank to give you the extra, because you know it gives you like I think it gave you 30, so you had to be at 150 ribbon slots was the max you could buy. Then they gave you 30 more of them when you hit mastering 30. Was the only way to get to 180.
Yeah, something like that.
I like to hoard ribbons. I don't know why there's a limit to the number that we can have. If I can have 6,000 guns in the game, why? And none of them are duplicates. Why can't I have 6,000 ribbons?
I'm sorry, I just loved the way you said that. That caught my brain funny. Yeah, they already said that they worked on, like, animating the legs, and they're hoping that they can get her to work climbing up the walls and stuff. They're, like, weird, bendy things when she's standing on them like this. It's, like, creepy, the way that they're animated.
Yeah, before her, I think Grendel was the hardest one, trying to get the stomach system to work, was, you know, the abdomen would open up for the mouth.
I literally yelled at Zach. I was like, you guys are capable of doing this, and you didn't put Varuna on all fours.
Amen.
He was like, yeah, that should be next. And I was like, yeah, it should have been.
Make her cool.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think she's good at all. You had that dude from the Darksiders make her, draw her up and shit. And she is not fun to play. It's just sad.
Damn it, Joe, now I feel dumb. I broke down like a dozen ribbons last week goofing off.
Well, you need those,
I completely forgot you could fuse them together.
Yeah, but you need that specific item, and only comes from fucking
Eidolons.
That.
Yeah, this is the canon one. This one was cool looking too. They should have
So I
done
don't know
something
how
more
I
like
had
this.
one.
Maybe they'll make this a deluxe skin. Oh, that's neat looking. Bam.
See, then they need to make an interaction that if you have a Titania playing at the same time as her and idle animations, her swatting at my razor. Oh, the amount of money that I would give them to make that emote. I'd be, shut up, take my money. Just make this emote where you swat at the razor flies. You know, you can assign Venari to heal a razorfly because they're an ally. And that is hilarious watching Venari go berserk chasing down razorflies. She'll chase it into a whole nother room and come running back. It's just funny as hell. Just constantly growling and yelling at the razorfly, trying to heal it. It is so funny to see.
Interesting.
She gets the zoomies just going nuts trying to heal a razorfly.
That's so funny. Kara, look at the spider frame AI concepts and compare them to DE's solution. Okay.
I'm gonna leave this school.
I don't really want to. Okay. Bye. Now, what type of animals do we need? It's a good question. Alright. I'm gonna find out where to send you guys so I can get some rest. It has been a very long weekend. I literally love how I put stuff up on my throne today before I started stream, and now it's almost empty again.
I hear the fucking rooster.
I can hear a rooster? It's the middle of the night.
One of the,
What are they
two
smoking?
neighbors have a rooster.
We can go to Dinos. Do we want to go to Dinos? I say we can go to Dinos. And then I already have stuff prepped to work on a reptile tank tomorrow. And as soon as that is all at least mostly set up or completely set up, pardon me, I'm going to start stream. Ow. So I'm hoping for early afternoon. You would love to cocoon enemies, then drain their health from them as a spider frame? Yes. Snail frame win? Just a silly snail guy?
You little cricket, how the fuck did you get out? Where'd you go? I lost the cricket. Up there you are.
That's what my cats are for. Let's go.
Yeah, but how it got out of the holder thing, I don't know. Lost it again.
Alright, people. I'm hoping for a nice long stream tomorrow. It's technically later today since it's already 3 a.m. But it's going to be a lot of cosplay stuff. And that's probably going to be what the majority of streams are going to be, at least for the daytime side of things for the next little while. But I'm hoping to do a good chunk of that. I'm going to start working on the bodice. That is the main thing tomorrow.
Bodice?
Yeah, the chest area.
Oh. Nice chat when you zap.
I think he said he had to step out.
You have squad.
Mm.
Still in the Discord.
That's what you said. Frames that have already had skins. Thank you for the short playthrough, my dear queen, says Nightwing. Catch you later on today or the next day. Good night to you too, Joe, says Nightwing.
Night, Nightwing.
Good night, people. Goodbye, people. Catch you later, Breeder Cody, Christopher, City, Boozmaker, Nightwing, Psycho Queen, Big Mac, a panda frame. Do it. I love pandas.
No.
A bearded dragon frame. Alright, good night, people. Goodbye, people.
When you
have fun with
promos,
dinos.
Dragon.
True.
You guys need to make